Chapter 20 of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The Shadows of Coming Events. There was a breath of spring in the air. Emily, on her return from school, reported the first robin of the season. She also complained of her heavy flannels, and wondered if her last year's gingham dresses could be worn this summer. Mrs. Cameron noted that the curtains at the sitting-room windows began to look dusty and winter-worn, and sighed as she thought of the spring house-cleaning and the endless needs it would bring to light. House-cleaning and all other work would be heavier this spring than usual, for in early June would come the day set for Mary's marriage, a time looked forward to by father and mother with mingled feelings. Both realized how many expenditures such an event involved, and none knew better than they how empty was the family purse. Moreover, the first real break in the family was coming in this way. So great was the grind of what they unhesitatingly called poverty, that this thought was somewhat swallowed up by it. Still, there were times when they realized that their eldest born was soon to cease to look upon their home as hers. After the spring fairly opened, the 6th of June would come swiftly. Of one thing they assured themselves. When the wedding was over and Mary gone, they would begin those long thought of retrenchments which were every day becoming more necessary. "We cannot do anything until after Mary goes," became a sentence much in their thoughts and confidential words. And so great was the need of doing something, that there were times when it was inevitable that this going away of the daughter to a luxurious home of her own must be felt as a relief. Meantime, the household settled into busy quiet. Emily, for reasons of her own, watched Aunt Eunice curiously for a few days, half expecting a wondrous change to come to her, like unto that which she had heard reported in Rachel's sympathetic voice on that never-to-be-forgotten evening. But no such marked experience came to Aunt Eunice. Her tongue was still quick and keen, and though a close observer could certainly detect a change in her, could discover times, many of them, in which she opened her lips to speak, then closed them resolutely and knitted hard and fast, with the color rising on her face, still the change was not great enough to satisfy Emily. "There is a difference," she told herself frankly. "The poor old thing is trying real hard to be good. It isn't natural to her, and she would often rather box my ears than try not to. But it is honest effort, and one cannot help respecting her for it. I suppose it is unusual at her age, and she will never be like Saint Rachel. How I should have enjoyed that scene with Rachel and the water pitcher. I wonder if she ever told mother about it." Whether she had or not, Emily never knew. She kept her own counsel regarding the episode of the night visit, answering Mary's and Lucia's questions concerning it with only the vaguest generalities. By this time the Cameron household were becoming accustomed to Aunt Eunice's presence, and beginning to feel it less of a cross to have her with them. There was much sewing to be done in view of the coming wedding, and Aunt Eunice could sew as well as knit. Also, she could contrive and get a respectable garment out of an apparently impossible quantity of goods. There was a bare possibility that in these busy days she might become invaluable. One experience in the hurried life which Mary Cameron lived these days must not be forgotten. One morning Ben Reeder met her on the street. He crossed the street, indeed, for the purpose of meeting her, his face radiant the while. "I have been wanting to see you ever since," he said, not considering it necessary to be more explicit than that. Evidently their last interview stood out vividly in his memory, as indeed it did in Mary's. "I've been trying to come around to your house, but have been too busy. We are keeping open nights this spring, you know. Well, Miss Cameron, I did it!" The triumph in his voice must be imagined. It is beyond description. He waited for an answer, but receiving none, went on eagerly. I followed your directions just as well as I knew how, that very night, but nothing came of it, because I didn't know how, very well, after all. I can see now that I was saying, if the Lord will give me strength to get out of these scrapes and keep out of them, why then I'll belong to him. That isn't the way I take it, but I thought it was, and I went to the store the next morning feeling awful. I knew the boys expected me to go that very evening to a place where I was sure I would be tempted to play, and would want to do it, and I knew I had no money to play with, and was in debt, and couldn't see anything but ruin before me. I hadn't slept much the night before, and I got up late, and didn't have a chance for breakfast, and about noon I began to feel downright sick. Just as I was wondering if I could get away for some lunch, the foreman of our department came to me, and said he, "Reader, you are wanted in the little back room where the carpenters have been at work." I went down there, and they told me Mr. Rees, one of the firm, had dropped a piece of money, a gold piece, and knew it must be among the shavings, and I was to hunt for it while the men were gone to their dinner. I felt so dizzy and faint and horrid that it didn't seem to me as though I could do it, but of course I must. While I stood there steadying myself and making up my mind to begin, Billy Wilcox came along. Billy is a good-natured fellow, and he boards at home, and his mother puts him up a prime lunch every day to bring to the store. Said he, "Why, Ben, what's up? You look as though you couldn't stand on your feet. Here, take a drink of this. It will give you some strength." He had a mug of good, homemade coffee in his hand. He brings it in a bottle and heats it on the gas. Well, I don't know why it should come up to me as it did, but like a flash I thought of it. Suppose I should say to Billy, "If the coffee will give me strength enough to go and find that gold piece so I can get out of here into the air for a while, why then I'll drink it." And he should say, "Well, it will, for my mother made it herself, and it's prime coffee. Drink it down, old fellow." And I should say, "No, I want the strength first. Let it give me the strength I need, and then I'll promise to drink it." Billy would think I was a fool, said I to myself, and I guess I am. That is the way I'm trying to manage about the help she said was sure if I would take it. I don't know why it was, but everything got as plain as day to me. I swallowed the coffee and thanked Billy, and then I shut and locked that office door, and got down on my knees, to hunt for the gold piece, you know. But before I began to hunt, I just leaned on the shelf the carpenters had been building, and says I, "Oh Lord, here is Ben Reeder. He gives himself up. He has made a failure of living, and disappointed his mother, and got into scrapes, and isn't worth a shaving. But here he is." I said a little more, you know, but that is the gist of it. Well, I suppose you know what happened? He stopped in the street and looked at her, a great yearning in his big brown eyes. But Mary Cameron had no response ready. After a moment he went on in a more subdued tone, "It isn't easy to tell that part, is it? I don't suppose anything happened that a body could see. In fact, I know there didn't. But I felt exactly as though a great, strong arm swooped down and got hold of me and said, 'Ben Reeder, my boy, lean on me forever.' And then I said out loud, and with as much meaning as there is in me, 'I will.' And he did the rest. I found that gold piece twinkling at my feet the first time I looked down. That was queer, wasn't it? They said that they had been hunting it for a half an hour. There are a good many more things to be told, but I mustn't hinder you now. Perhaps I ought not to have told you this on the street, but I felt in a kind of hurry and thought you would be glad." She tried to look and appear glad, this bewildered girl, but she knew no more what to say to him than if he had been talking in another tongue. She would doubtless have been interested could she have heard a conversation which was held not long afterwards. "She didn't seem quite so glad as I thought she would," Ben Reeder said, leaning over his counter to talk confidentially while Professor Landis selected handkerchiefs. "I stopped her right on the street to talk, and perhaps that wasn't the thing. Do you suppose it could have offended her?" "Oh, no," said the professor quickly. Then he considered, while Ben turned to answer the question of another customer. When the handkerchiefs were selected and paid for, their purchaser had decided what to say. "Ben, you were wishing yesterday that you knew some person well enough to be very deeply interested in praying for his conversion. Why not take Miss Cameron? She is not a Christian." "Not a Christian?" repeated Ben, utter astonishment, not to say dismay, in his voice. "Why, Professor Landis, how can that be? She promised to pray for me." "I trust she kept her word. Nevertheless, she does not profess to belong to Christ. I believe she is thinking about the matter. At times she thinks seriously, but no decision has yet been reached." Ben stood, change in hand, too bewildered for the moment to deliver it. Then a sudden, settled purpose showed itself on his changeful face, and he said, "I'll do it. Why, I'm sure I can pray for her different from anybody else. Next to mother and the girls, she's the best friend I've got. I thought she was, why, everything. I thought that was what made her so good to me. You are quite sure, Professor? Then I'll never leave off praying for her until she belongs." Mr. Landis went away with his heart more at rest about these two friends. It was good for Ben to have a soul in which he was deeply interested to center his energies upon, and it was good for Mary Cameron to have a boy like Ben praying for her. Making a Christian of him had not detracted one whit from his natural energy. Ben did with all his heart whatever he undertook, and he had entered the Christian life with an idea that its work was as important as any in which he could engage. Among many other pressing interests of life during these days was one which Emily Cameron at least did not ignore. That was the growing intimacy of Mr. Edson with the entire Cameron family. Not 2 days after the prayer meeting which Aunt Eunice and Rachel had attended, he called and made himself so entirely agreeable that Lucia said she could not imagine what Emily meant by her reports concerning him. A company of chattering schoolgirls, she supposed, had become offended with him because he was not always thinking only of them. Certainly nothing could be more gracious and deferential than his manner to Aunt Eunice, and she was neither rich nor learned. Emily admitted that he was very much nicer than she had supposed, and her respect for him increased with greater knowledge. He had evidently determined that the family should have every opportunity for knowing him well. After the first formal call, which in itself was too friendly and genial to be described as such, he dropped at once into the friendly stage, running in with a paper containing an article about which he had been talking with Mr. Cameron, with a new book of which Lucia had spoken, with some very early strawberries to tempt Aunt Eunice's appetite that he had heard her say was poor, with a dainty spray of orange bloom to remind Rachel of her California home. There was really no end to his ingenious devices for stopping in a moment on his way up or downtown. By degrees it was becoming apparent, at least to Emily, that the orange blooms had been his choicest gift, and that he had selected their owner carefully. "People can't cheat me," she remarked sagely. "I've read too many books and watched too many couples when they didn't know I was watching. That young man wants to add a minister to our family. He did not choose orange blossoms from all the other flowers that grow in California for nothing. Well, I don't think I object. He is really very nice indeed. I had not imagined that I could like him so well. And Rachel is exactly calculated for a minister's wife. She is a great deal better than he, but women nearly always are, that is, when they are good at all. Dear me, we are really getting famous, with 2 weddings in prospect." But Rachel showed such decided and painful dislike to being good-naturedly rallied by her gay young sister that Mrs. Cameron peremptorily forbade such amusement in the future. "Rachel says there is absolutely no truth in your surmise, and that if you persist in talking about it, she will have to make herself conspicuous by refusing ordinary courtesies at his hands, such as he offers her in common with Lucia and Mary. Under such circumstances, it is very rude and disagreeable in you to keep noticing his attentions. Remember, I will have no more of it." Emily nodded that very wise head of hers, and spoke with decision. "I'll keep still, mother, but that won't prevent me from using my eyes and my common sense. I just want you to remember, when it comes, that I warned you. It isn't Aunt Eunice that attracts the minister, nor you and father, though he is so thoughtful of you all. He gave even me a great bunch of spring violets yesterday, and said I was to divide. That was because I told him one day that Rachel couldn't pass the window where they were. But I'll be as silent as an owl, and as wise. I think we would better begin to go there to church regularly. It will be less embarrassing to do it now than later." In the quiet bustle of preparation which now began to fill the house, there came one day a distraction. Mr. Cameron, contrary to his habit, came home at luncheon time, but instead of appearing at the table where the family were gathered, went directly to his room. "Your father cannot be well," Mrs. Cameron said, with concern in her voice, and she went to him almost immediately. Later, Emily was dispatched to the business house where he was employed to say that a severe headache, which had almost blinded him, would prevent his return that day, but he hoped to report as usual in the morning. Numerous were the questions with which Mrs. Cameron was plied as she went back and forth, carrying tea and toast which were untasted, and getting pounded ice to apply to the aching head. Her replies were unsatisfactory. "Yes, his head was very bad, but easier now than at first. He is not ill otherwise. He will not have the doctor called. He has been positive about that from the first. Emily can by no means go up to see him. He needs to be quiet. No, I do not consider it necessary to send for the doctor. I think he will be better soon." In all these responses there was a sense of reserve knowledge which to Mary's anxious ears was apparent. Something had happened to induce such a severe headache. She felt sure of it. Perhaps because her mother naturally leaned somewhat more upon this eldest daughter than upon the others, and perhaps she already knew what the others did not, Mrs. Cameron's reserve gave way when the girl followed her upstairs with a beseeching, "Do, mother, tell me the whole truth." She laid her head on Mary's shoulder and cried. Only for a moment. Then she brushed away the tears hurriedly. "I don't want him to see that I have been crying. Oh, it is nothing so very terrible, only he will worry so. Yes, it is the boys again. He has a letter from President Force. Really a very kind letter, nothing to be so distressed about. I tell your father so, but he will not listen to reason. His head is so bad that he cannot. These headaches trouble me the most of anything. They are increasing on him, I think. Why, yes, you may as well go up, if you can keep the others from wanting to go also. Your knowing about the other matter makes it seem different to tell you. Perhaps your father would be quieted by talking it all over with you." So Mary went up to the darkened room, where her father sat holding his throbbing temples with both trembling hands, and thinking his troubled thoughts. He seemed relieved rather than otherwise to see Mary, gave her the President's letter to read, and tried to discuss the situation with her. The letter was, as Mrs. Cameron had said, most kind. The President had taken the trouble to write in person, because he was peculiarly interested in these young men. They were talented young fellows, both of them, in some lines even brilliant. They had gotten into some little financial difficulties, which, noised abroad, would create unpleasantness not only for them but for their friends. A mere trifle as those things went. Probably $100 would make everything straight and avoid publicity, which last was of all things to be desired. He would not enter into particulars, as he judged that the sons themselves would prefer to acquaint their father with details. They had, however, been glad that he was willing to write, seeming to consider that their parents might be inclined to be too severe in their estimate of the deeds of young men. He would not deny that the boys had been foolish. Boys were quite apt to be. We must not expect too great wisdom, especially in money matters, from these young heads. But he thought he might venture to hint that the difficulty in which the two found themselves would be a lesson for the future. He would suggest that the money, say $100 at this time, be sent them as promptly as possible. In fact, it might be well to send it to him, and he would undertake to see that none of the class of boys, who liked to make much out of little sometimes, got hold of details. Of course, it was due to him, the father, to have details, and undoubtedly his sons would so understand. Meantime, there was really nothing which need cause him very serious anxiety. All would come out well in the end, he hoped and believed. Such was the tenor of the letter, carefully guarded, so that one could not read distinctly between the lines. Mr. Cameron pushed aside the wet compress to see what his daughter thought of it. He frankly confessed to her that, so far as his present ability was concerned, $1,000 might as well have been called for as 100. He not only had not half that sum, but knew no way to raise it. He was in debt now, as she knew, and his next quarter's salary, although not due yet for nearly 2 months, had been anticipated almost to its full sum. He confessed that it was brooding over the existing state of things which had brought on one of his headaches, even before this letter was received. Poor Mary found it hard to keep her voice low and soothing. She was angry with President Force. Why need he write at all if he had nothing but smooth hints to give them? What did the boys mean by going to a stranger instead of writing home for themselves if they had gotten into trouble? What was the use in saying that the money could not be raised? Of course it must be raised. They ought to see to it this very day. On the whole, she succeeded in bringing on another paroxysm, that she was presently banished, while her mother wrestled with pain. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Don't Ask Me Any Questions. The headache yielded at last, and by midnight the Cameron household was as quiet as usual, though Emily announced the next morning that there must have been ghosts haunting the house. She certainly heard one in Mary's room, and nobody seemed to have slept well. Mr. Cameron came to the breakfast table looking old and worn. "These fearful headaches are sapping his strength," his wife said, looking after him with a heavy sigh as he moved feebly away towards a car. "What is the cause of them, mother?" Emily asked. "Don't you think he ought to have a doctor?" "He ought to have rest," said the mother, and she sighed again. It was not until the morning was well advanced that Mary had an opportunity to ask her mother privately what father had decided to do. "I am sure I don't know," she said wearily. "He did not sleep until toward morning, though the pain was subdued before midnight. He lay perfectly still, and I did not speak, in the hope that he was resting. But every once in a while he would draw a sigh so heavy and hopeless that it went to my heart. At last he said aloud, 'It must be managed somehow.' Then I said of course it must. We could not afford to ruin the prospects of our boys for the sake of $100. And I added that I should think a man as well known as he might borrow $100 of somebody. I was sorry I said that. He has such a horror of borrowing. This morning he had nothing to tell me beyond the fact that he had decided to raise the money in some way." It was a long day to mother and daughter. The necessity which they felt laid upon them not to talk about their trouble, or to betray unusual anxiety, made the strain greater. Both of them were watching all day for, they hardly knew what. At every sound of the doorbell they started nervously and their eyes sought each other, each mutely asking, "Is that a message from or about the boys, and what does it reveal?" "I believe you two have some dark designs or expectations," said the observing Emily late in the afternoon. "Every time the bell rings your faces get red and then pale, and you look as though you expected a policeman to pounce in upon you. Mother, you haven't been aiding and abetting Mary to steal white silk enough for a wedding dress, have you?" They laughed off the charge as best they could, and tried to be more careful, and did not know whether to be relieved or fearful when at last Mr. Cameron came slowly from the car at the usual time. Both met him in the hall, Mrs. Cameron saying eagerly that she must see how "father" had borne the day, and Mary coming swiftly from her room whither she had retired to watch for him. "It is settled," he said quickly. "I secured the money and telegraphed President Force a money order. He has it by this time. Now don't ask me any questions, nor let me hear any more about it." And he passed them and went to his room, where he locked himself in. But he came to dinner as usual, and looked no paler than might have been expected in a man who had borne such pain but the day before. Wife and daughter breathed more freely, feeling that the mysterious cyclone which had threatened to break over their heads had passed after all, leaving them unharmed. Had they spent the day with Mr. Cameron, their hearts would have been less light. When he left home in the morning, he had no definite plan of action, and had arrived at only that one decision. Somehow or other he must raise $100 before the day was done. His excited imagination had brooded over the letter from the President, until it seemed to him that the very lives of his boys were in some way in peril. Their father must rescue them. How? Of course he had thought of and rejected 100 different ways. His wife had been silent to her eldest daughter with regard to one bit of conversation. "I suppose if I should ask Kennedy to lend me $100 for a few days, he could do it without the slightest inconvenience," Mr. Cameron had said, and his wife had replied quickly, "Oh, Edward, do not think of it. Anyway, rather than that. It would humiliate Mary to the dust. She is very sensitive now about her poverty. And then think what a precedent it would suggest. He would conceive of you as a man who would be always borrowing his money." And then Mr. Cameron had shuddered, and evidently turned at once from that possibility. So he had from any other which suggested itself, and was sitting at his desk trying to add a column of figures, and feeling like one on the eve of some desperate act, when young Clinton, the son of a member of his firm, stopped before him. "By the way, Mr. Cameron, accounts are in your line, I believe. Here is one not connected with the firm, but I wish you would attend to it for me. I promised to meet Mr. Lewis Stevenson here this morning at 12, and let him have a little money which he wants to use. He is not here on time, and I must go. When he calls, will you hand him this and take a receipt? Just count it before I go, that we may be sure we agree. There should be $100. A curious photograph of himself counting that money had been present in Mr. Cameron's mind all day. He knew his hand had trembled so visibly that young Clinton had asked kindly if he was not well, and on hearing of his day of suffering, had added that he ought to have rest. Then he had gone away with a word of thanks for the accommodation, and left that $100 with a man who felt that it was able to save his sons from public disgrace and ruin. He locked it away out of sight, and watched eagerly for Mr. Stevenson. He longed to get the bills into his hands. He would not go out for luncheon, lest he might miss the man. Besides, he wanted no lunch. The thought of eating was offensive to him. Meantime, He made desperate efforts on his own behalf. He asked a fellow clerk who had occasionally accommodated him, and whom he now owed $50, to lend him $100. The man replied coldly that he was himself embarrassed, and had no money to lend to anybody. The tone said, "Least of all to you." He wrote a note to a well-known money-lender, offering payment in 3 months at 12%, but he had not the required security. And the day waned, and he had not raised the $100. He looked up at the clock. In another hour it would be too late to have it delivered as a money order that day. What might not happen to the boys? By this time he had worked himself into the belief that a few hours more of delay would be fatal. And Mr. Stevenson had not come, and as often as he had need to open his desk, that roll of bills stared him in the face. At last 2 men waited at the desk while he ran over their account and verified it. While they waited, they talked. "Did you see Stevenson this morning?" "No. Did he lunch at the club?" "Oh, no, he was off before lunch time. Took the 11:10. He's a lucky fellow. I wouldn't mind being a relative just now." Mr. Cameron passed over the account and asked this question: "Were you speaking of Mr. Lewis Stevenson just now? Has he left town?" "Yes, sir, went this morning, to be absent several weeks." "I expected him to call on a matter of business," explained Mr. Cameron. "That is why I asked the question." "Well, he went unexpectedly, that is, he did not mean to leave until midnight, but he had a telegram which hastened him. I presume that is why you have not seen him." Then Mr. Cameron looked at the clock again, and put on his street coat, and explained to the proper one that he had had no lunch, and went out quickly with the roll of bills belonging to Mr. Stevenson in his hand. By the time he returned, President Force had probably received his telegram. Mr. Cameron had borrowed the money, that was all. He explained it carefully to himself 100 times during the next 2 hours. He had borrowed money before, but never in this way. He would say nothing to anybody about the way. The young man who had left the bills in his care was not in the store twice a month. Even if he came, all that he needed was a receipt. Meantime, of course, long before Mr. Stevenson's return, the $100 would be ready for him. It should be raised somehow. This was the history of Mr. Cameron's day, about which he did not want to be questioned. His wife worried much because he ate almost no dinner and slept but little that night, and restlessly. How could he hope to endure the strain of the spring work and care if he went on in this way? "I wish I knew how he raised the money," said Mary anxiously. "So that it is raised, what does it matter? You can trust your father, I hope." The mother's tone was severe. "Why, of course," said Mary, opening her eyes wide. "But I mean, I am afraid he has had to do it in a way which adds to his anxieties." Yes, he had, but nobody suspected the way. A Cameron could not do anything dishonorable. What life was to Mr. Cameron during the weeks which followed, it is well that one has not to describe. Has anybody ever succeeded in describing the condition of a man who has lived half a century of honor, and then suddenly fallen in his own sight? As for the boys, this last prompt action on the part of the father whom they had dishonored brought them to their senses. They both wrote very grateful letters. Father should see that his kindness was not undeserved. They had gotten into unexpected trouble, but had learned their lesson. He need never fear a repetition of it. They had learned some things now that they had not known before. They were going to work hard, and carry off all the honors. When they came home, there would be many details connected with the affair which their father should know, but they would not take his time nor try his patience by writing them. In fact, their letter, in its way, was as much a success at not telling as was that of President Force. Father, mother, and eldest daughter studied it, and tried to be content. The father, indeed, told himself bitterly that he was not one to inquire too closely into what had been done. But Mary was, for a time, indignant. The mother was so glad to see the handwriting of her boys that she cried over it, and after that was happier than she had been for months, for the boys took to writing regularly again, letters which she read and reread and wore next her heart. Meantime, the young man from whom the $100 had been borrowed kept away from the store, and the borrower tried by every means in his power to raise the money. Despite the many duties and cares connected with her approaching marriage, Mary Cameron found time to be harassed by nameless fears in still another direction. These were connected with her gay young sister Emily. The pretentious party which Mary had helped her to attend as a rare treat was by no means the last gathering of the kind at which she found herself. Indeed, this one glimpse of the bright world which had heretofore lain beyond her reach seemed to have bewitched the girl. She said no more about clothes, being willing apparently to appear in her old ones, if only she might appear, and, on one pretext or another, succeeded in getting permission oftener than she herself had imagined to be possible. At first Mary had laughed, and counseled that she be allowed to go. "The child will soon have enough of it," she said, "with no pretty finery to show off. Girls of that age go to parties chiefly for the sake of showing how sweet they look in their new dresses. Besides, it is innocent amusement enough, just girls and boys of their own set. What harm?" But there was harm coming, and Mary was the first to rouse to anxiety. No, Rachel was the first, but she had discountenanced the parties from the beginning, and Emily had bitterly resented what she called her interference. It was bad enough, she declared, to be managed by her eldest sister, but to have Rachel, her next in age, attempt it, was insufferable. So Rachel could do nothing, but she asked Mary if she did not see how the bloom was wearing from Emily's life, and pointed out certain subtle changes which even the preoccupied mother had not noticed. Moreover, the objectionable Cousin Richard, who was thought to have returned to New York, was discovered to be a person of distinction at the parties. Mary, being interrogated, said that she did not know anything positively harmful concerning him, except that he played cards, but so did all the young men of that class, and he drank wine, at weddings at least, but so did many others, estimable young men. At the same time, she did not like to have Emily associated with him. He was a great deal older than the company he affected, and the child was too young anyway to think of such things. But Rachel remembered her own bitter and dangerous experience, and knew that children did think of such things. Finally, it was Ben Reeder who sounded the note of alarm. Ben Reeder, who belonged to the class that must give peculiar satisfaction to the Lord Jesus Christ. It was of such persons one instinctively thinks when one reads the verse, "He shall see of the travail of his soul and be satisfied." Ben Reeder had been made over by grace. To him the Lord Jesus was everything. He did his daily work at the store with a view to honoring him. He spent his evenings where he could be sure Jesus Christ would accompany him and make no inconsiderable part of the enjoyment. He spent his money exactly in the line in which he believed Jesus Christ would have done had he walked the streets in person. "In short," said Mr. Landis, trying to describe the change to the Camerons, "the boy makes one think of the old life whose history is embodied in a single sentence, this one thing. I have rarely seen grace do so much in so short a time as it has done for our boy Ben. I like to think of his father and mother when he gets back to them." Ben Reeder came to Mr. Landis one day with a troubled face. "Professor," he began, for although that gentleman earnestly desired to be called plain Mr., and was gradually so impressing his friends, Ben clung to the title. Professor, do you know anything about the Vane Street Theatre?" "Quite as much as I care to know, Ben. I am glad that neither that theatre nor any other interests you." "Well, but we have to think about such things sometimes. There is a difference in theatres, I suppose. And you wouldn't choose the Vane Street one to have your sister attend, even if she would go to some of them, would you?" Mr. Landis dropped the essay he was glancing over and gave full attention to his companion. "Ben, my boy, what are you getting at?" "Why, Professor, suppose they should think it wasn't any of my business. But they have been awfully good to me, and that little girl especially did her best to help me, and I wondered if they can't know what kind of a place it is, or they wouldn't have her go there, and they can't know what kind of a man he is, or they wouldn't let him take her, there or anywhere. Couldn't you do something?" "Ben, you are not given to such bewildering statements. What 'little girl' and what 'man' are interesting you?" Thus called to account, Ben explained, not without an earnest parenthesis to the fact that he did not want to seem to be intruding or interfering, that little Emily Cameron was occasionally seen entering the doors of the Vane Street Theatre in company with Mr. Richard Forbes. Mr. Landis was dumbfounded. Not a friend to theatres of any type, because he had carefully studied them from the standpoint of a thoughtful, well-informed man, it had not occurred to him that respectable people would venture inside the Vane Street house, and it made his blood boil to think of the gay, sweet child being carried thither by a moral wolf, whose sheep's clothing was of the flimsiest character. Of course, none of the family knew of these visits, but how were they managed? He thanked Ben, gave him a caution which he did not need, and began that very evening to do something. His relations with the Camerons were now those of a trusted friend. His sister Dorothy had gone home for a vacation, which gave him somewhat more leisure, and he chose to devote many pleasant half hours to the Cameron home circle. Everyone welcomed him, but with Mary especially his relation seemed to be more that of a brother in whom she trusted. She frankly asked his advice on all sorts of subjects, and followed it often, always carefully, however, holding back from the subject of momentous importance which he tried to press upon her for decision. Sometimes, she assured him, she was going to give serious attention to this matter, and really meant, when she had settled down, to order her life by the principles of the Bible. He knew that she meant after she was married, and he longed exceedingly to have her settle the whole matter before that time. When he thought of Mr. Kennedy's influence upon a soul who still held the claims of Jesus Christ in abeyance, he trembled for the result. But on all other subjects Mary Cameron was frank with him, so he had no hesitancy in asking at once where Emily was this evening. He asked it in low tones, as he was arranging the music on the piano for Mary to play for him. She had gone to spend the night with her particular friend, Bertha Foster, Mary explained. Why did he ask? Had he any special message for her? Instead of replying, he asked if she often spent the night with Miss Foster, something in his tone making Mary look up at him anxiously. Why, not very often. Father had old-fashioned ideas about such things, and liked to have the children at home at night. Still, Emily went oftener than the older ones used to be allowed to. Being the youngest, it had seemed natural not to be so strict with her, and now that she thought of it, perhaps she had been quite frequently of late to the Fosters. Bertha was a silly sort of girl, too. They wondered at Emily for being so fond of her. Why did he ask the question? He asked still another. Would she pardon him for inquiring if Emily had been given permission to attend the theatre with her friends? Oh, no, indeed. Father had never approved of their attending the theatre. The older ones had gone but rarely, and Emily had never been allowed to go, save with her brothers once or twice to very exceptional plays. Wouldn't he please tell her right away why he asked? Was anything wrong?" Mr. Landis looked behind him at the family group gathered around the drop light, then bent his head and spoke lower still. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. A Persistent Friend. Mary was at first inclined to be indignant with poor Ben. The idea of their Emily being seen going into the Vane Street Theatre! It was absurd. Some other girl who resembled her had doubtless misled him. But he should be more particular than that. Why, it was almost as much as a girl's character was worth to have such things said about her. Mr. Landis was not relieved of his anxiety by all this. He had questioned Ben carefully and knew him well. He was the last boy to be mistaken about such a thing. Gradually Mary's indignation changed to anxiety. She stopped the song in the middle of a verse to cross-question Mr. Landis, thereby calling from Lucia the remark that interludes occurred in very unusual places apparently. Did he not think it possible that Ben might have mistaken some other girl for Emily? Or the child might have been standing near the entrance for a moment, speaking with someone. Surely the Fosters would not allow Bertha to attend such places. Then Mr. Landis frightened her still further by asking if the Fosters were not somewhat careless as to where the cousin took Bertha and her friends. "Not that I should suppose they would be careless," he added with a gravity that was almost stern. "I cannot think of another person, found sometimes in respectable society, whom I would not rather choose for companionship than him. But people are often unpardonably careless where there is a relationship." "Is he so bad as that?" Mary asked, her face paling. What if Emily were in his company at this moment? She had not thought of his being always with his cousin. The song ceased altogether, and the two conversed in low tones for some time. Then Mr. Landis came forward to bid good evening to the family group, explaining that an important matter of business had occurred to him, which would take him away at once. "Somebody ought to write to Mr. Kennedy," said Lucia after he was gone. "If he had seen those two so absorbed in themselves as to forget all about the music they were pretending to learn, I am sure he would have been jealous, if he has any of that article in his composition. Mary Cameron, whatever other faults you may have had, I never thought you would develop into a flirt." She meant the merest nonsense, such as Mary had of late been able to laugh over. But this evening she was too nervous. "Oh, don't!" she said, with something of the sharpness which used to greet such teasings. And Lucia was silent and filled with wonder. Mr. Landis's business was none of the pleasantest. He had promised to learn, if he could, just who Emily's companions were this evening, and to bring Mary word again, if there should be ground for anxiety. She had assured him that these anxieties must be kept from her father, if possible, for he had had a very serious strain of late, and was so far from well, that they were in daily fear of the consequences. Mr. Landis went away in some doubt as to how he should fulfill his commission. He had not even a calling acquaintance with the Fosters, but there was a matter of business which he might transact with the mother, although he would have preferred to choose another time. He made his call much briefer than he would otherwise have done, having learned incidentally, on his first arrival, that Bertha and a friend who was visiting her had gone out with the former's cousin. He tried to shape his inquiries in a way to learn where they had gone, but failed in this. It would not do to excite wonderment over his curiosity. He took a downtown car while trying to decide what step to take next, and was busy studying the problem when Ben Reeder touched his arm. "Excuse me, Professor, for interrupting your thinking, but I'm awfully anxious about something." Mr. Landis made room for him, and the boy went on. You know what I was talking to you about this morning? Well, they are going there tonight, and it is one of the worst plays in the lot that comes on tonight. I don't think he can know where he is taking her. He has been drinking." "How did you learn of this, Ben?" "I found it out by what folks call accident. I had to stay after time tonight, and had no dinner, so when I got a chance I slipped into that restaurant around the corner from us, and at the table in front of me sat Mr. Forbes and another man. They had a bottle of wine, and while they drank it they made their plans and talked pretty loud, and I listened. Mr. Forbes was to bring his cousin and Emily Cameron down to the square, and there the other man was to meet them, and take the cousin somewhere, I didn't find out where. But Emily Cameron was to go to the Vane Street play with Mr. Forbes, and afterwards they were to meet again at the square at 11:30, so that Mr. Forbes could take charge of both ladies. I thought maybe you would know something that could be done, and I've been hunting about for you here and there. I stood at the corner thinking what to do next when I caught sight of you in this car." "What is this we are passing?" asked Mr. Landis. "The St. James? Then I will stop here. And Ben, thank you very much. Be entirely silent about what you have told me. I will attend to it." Drawn up near the St. James were rows of carriages, into one of which Mr. Landis stepped and gave his order: "To the Vane Street Theatre." Arrived there, he directed the driver to wait, adding that he should not be long gone. Then he stepped boldly to the office and secured a ticket, the first he had ever bought at that place. It was early yet, the play could hardly have commenced, but he must know whether the ones he sought were in the audience. Comparative stranger though he was, he recognized some faces that he had not expected to meet, and there were elbows nudged and whispers of astonishment exchanged over his entrance. He remained long enough to be sure that Emily Cameron was not in the house, and then went back to his carriage with a direction. "Drive a little out of the line, to that side, and wait. I shall not be detained long." Then he took his station near the main entrance. He had not long to wait. Tripping airily from the car, with her pretty gloved hand resting on Mr. Forbes's arm, was Emily, her bright face aglow with excitement and anticipation, too ignorant of the world to understand how low a world she was being taken to. As they reached the sidewalk, Mr. Landis stepped forward and addressed Mr. Forbes. "Excuse me, sir, I have a message for this young lady from her home. She is wanted there immediately." Emily gave a faint little scream of apprehension. "Oh, Mr. Landis, is my father ill? Please tell me quick." "It is not illness, Miss Emily. I will explain as we drive. Come with me to my carriage." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mr. Forbes loftily. "The lady is in my charge, and I cannot engage to release her on such short notice. If no one is ill, what in thunder is the matter that you are acting the part of policeman?" "One thing that is the matter," said Mr. Landis coldly, "is that you are partially intoxicated, and not fit to have the charge of a lady. Will you let her go quietly, or must I call a policeman?" "Oh, let me go," said Emily. "I want to go with him, Mr. Forbes. I do indeed. He is an old friend." As she spoke, she snatched her hand from her companion's arm, and Mr. Landis without more ado hurried her to the waiting carriage, gave the Camerons street and number, and took a seat beside his charge, almost the worst part of his duty being yet to come. By this time Emily was sobbing bitterly. "Something dreadful has happened at home," she murmured, "and you will not tell me what it is." "Nothing has happened to them, Miss Emily," he said. "The dreadful part all rests with yourself. Do you know what sort of a place you are being taken to this evening? Can it be possible that you have ever been there before?" Emily's tears were stayed, and her eyes began to flash. "Is there really nothing the matter at home? Then what right had you to interfere with me? Who sent you?" I had the right of a man who would protect a lady from insult. Did you not know that the person with whom you were had been drinking so freely that he hardly realized what he was doing? And, when I tell your father where I found you, will he blame me or thank me for my interference?" Then Emily began to cry again, and to exclaim between her sobs, "Oh, Mr. Landis, don't tell my father. He is so worried now over other things that he is almost ill. We are afraid, all the time, that he will break down. And I did not mean anything bad. I went to stay with Bertha. I did not know at all that Mr. Forbes was to be there. He asked us to take a ride downtown. Then he said we would go in there just a little while to see some of the fun. It is nothing very dreadful. Other people go there, nice people. Father does not approve of theaters, I know, and I would not go often, but just for a little while." "Have you not been to that place before?" The questioner could not keep his voice from being stern. He was ashamed of the silly girl. She winced visibly, yet was angry. "You need not speak to me as though I was a child and you my guardian. I am not under your care. I have only been there once before, or twice, for a little while." "And you saw and heard nothing of which you did not approve?" The girl hesitated. It was her nature to be truthful. "They do things at all theaters that are silly," she said at last, "and that people don't like. Yet they attend them. I have heard the girls talk. Some of my schoolmates, no older than I, go twice a week regularly, and a few of them oftener. Why, their fathers take them." "Your father did not take you. Would he be willing to have you there? Would you like to explain to him just how often you have been, and just what you saw and heard?" But he could do nothing with her. She cried again, and begged him not to excite her father, and almost in the same breath accused him of being cruel and hateful and interfering. What business of his was it where she went, or how often? In the midst of this, her eye caught some familiar object outside, and she started up with a new excitement. "Where are you taking me? I won't go home. They don't expect me. I am to spend the night with Bertha Foster. I want you to tell the driver to take me directly there." "You are going home," he said sternly. "It is much the safest place for you, and unless you have womanliness enough to protect yourself, I shall consider it my duty to warn your parents against allowing you to have such persons for friends. Mrs. Foster either does not or cannot protect her own daughter. How can she be expected to care for others? Miss Emily, I am sorry to appear harsh, or to persist in the unwelcome service, but it is clearly my duty to see you safe tonight under your father's roof. I believe you are too young and innocent to know what you have escaped. There are degrees even in theaters. That play tonight was one which no person of respectability ought to want to see and hear. I know of no man so low that he would take his sister to it. I do not believe even the person with whom you were would have insulted you by doing so, if he had not been too much under the influence of liquor to realize what he was doing. Miss Emily, you force me to ask if your father knows that you go anywhere in that man's company." And at last he succeeded in thoroughly frightening poor Emily. With all her keenness and her boasted knowledge of the world, she was really as ignorant as a child. There was a grave sense in which she had come up, instead of being brought up, thus far. Her mother, busy with the weary problem of life, trying, ever since her children had been old enough to suggest it, to do for them what she could not do, namely, give them all the advantages of dress and surroundings which people of wealth and leisure can command, had been too busy and too harassed to give careful attention to those sacred lessons which only mothers can teach. The result was that Emily, being of a different temperament from her sisters, was more keenly susceptible to all the witching influences of worldliness, and knew only in the vaguest way what harm might come to her, and why she should hold herself in check. Mr. Forbes had been interesting to her chiefly because he flattered her, treated her in what she called a grown-up way, and offered her the attentions which she supposed belonged only to those older than herself. In truth, some of them belonged only to those who had little self-respect, but Emily honestly believed that Mr. Forbes was simply showing her the ways of the gay and cultured circles in which he moved. When he told her that some girls were prudes and were not noticed by people in society because they had queer country ways of looking at things, she believed him. When he offered to show her a charming bit of comedy, and she demurred and was afraid her father would not like it, he replied that of course her father would not want her to go frequently, nor with all sorts of persons, but he was old enough he presumed to be trusted, and had looked after sisters and cousins innumerable. Also, he told her that of course there were portions of the plays which were not quite the thing, but that sensible people must learn to discriminate between the good and the bad, and enjoy the good, just as they had to do in books. It sounded reasonable to this silly, ignorant girl, and she let him take her whither he would. She would not ask her father's permission because he was so worried nowadays, and so unlike himself that he would be almost sure to refuse her anything, and he ought not to be bothered. She would not mention at home her fine times, because Rachel, if she was an angel, was a very ignorant one so far as this world was concerned, and would be sure to think that everything done away from home was wrong. Of course she would not go often anywhere with Mr. Forbes. He was not to be here long. Such in general was the reasoning, so far as it can be said to be reasoning, with which the girl had comforted her conscience. None of her acts had looked very startling to her, until seen in the light of Mr. Landis's stern eyes, and until she found herself in a carriage with him being whirled toward home as a culprit. There were some minutes of painful silence, during which Emily cried quietly, and Mr. Landis considered. Presently he spoke again. "Miss Emily, I have no wish to make things harder for you than is necessary. I shall certainly take you home, for I feel sure that is the place for you tonight. Moreover, your sister Mary expects some word from you. There are reasons why she grew very anxious about you. Providentially, she learned something of your late associations. I shall make what explanation ought to be made to her, and she and you can plan as to how much or how little of all this should be revealed to your father in his present state of health. It may be that if you decide, after careful thought, to be the wise and prudent young woman whom I am sure you can be if you choose, it will not be deemed necessary to trouble your father with the matter. I need hardly tell you, however, after the very plain way in which I have spoken this evening, that it rests with yourself to decide how much or how little I shall interfere in the future. You were good enough to speak to me tonight as an old friend. Be sure I shall not stand quietly by and see any friend of mine led toward ruin." Then the carriage stopped, and Emily was at home. She had stopped crying, but her pale, frightened face was pitiful. She appealed to him as a child might. "Mr. Landis, will you not see father and the others for me? Tell them anything you please, only let me go upstairs away from it all." Saying which, she ran away at full speed, leaving her companion no alternative but to make what excuse he could for his second appearance. Betsy had retired the moment she had admitted them, naturally supposing that Emily would wait on the guest. The situation was certainly embarrassing. But for his promise to Mary, Mr. Landis would have felt like letting himself out and going his way, leaving that foolish girl upstairs to explain her presence as best she could. He hesitated a moment, trying to plan as to his best course, then quietly opened the door and advanced to the family circle. "I am becoming very unceremonious, you observe," he said. "At the same time, I beg pardon for the intrusion. Betsy evidently thought I knew the way. I have brought Miss Emily back with me, Mrs. Cameron. I had occasion to call at the Fosters, and she decided not to remain there tonight. She went up to her room." It sounded like a very feeble explanation. Mr. Landis did not wonder that the mother half arose in alarm. What could have happened to Emily? He wished he could say something which would give the girl upstairs a few minutes alone. He glanced at Mary, but the hopeless anxiety on her face warned him that he must expect no help from her. Then Lucia unconsciously came to the rescue. "She and Bertha Foster must have quarreled at last. I have been expecting it. It isn't in human nature that those two should remain excellent friends for very long. Confess, Mr. Landis, Emily cried most of the way home and deserted you in the hall like the child that she is, because her eyes were red." Mr. Landis smiled, much relieved. "I will not deny that there were some tears shed," he said, "and I fancy that Miss Emily desires of all things to be alone for a while." "I was sure of it," said Lucia in triumph. "And I must say I am not sorry. I only hope the rupture will last. I don't think an intimacy with Bertha Foster is a thing to be desired." Mr. Landis had already turned to Mr. Cameron with an item of news which he had gathered on the street. Meantime, he was asking himself, what next? Mary was still very pale and seemed unable to ask questions or to give him a hint of help. Yet she must know about Emily, and perhaps that father, who looked ill enough to be under the doctor's care, ought not to know, for that night at least. He resolved upon a bold move. "Miss Cameron, may I have 5 minutes of your time? I would like to explain that matter of which we were talking, and make myself understood." Without a word, Mary led the way to the farthest corner of the front parlor. Presently the murmur of his voice could be heard in the other room. He told Emily's story without reserve. Mary Cameron was the eldest sister. It was presumable that she would know what ought to be done. If the father was as ill as he looked, it would certainly not be wise to rob him of his night's rest. But for tomorrow she must decide. At all hazards, Emily must be kept from having anything to do with the person named Forbes. "That man is rotten to the core," he said earnestly. "You must stand between him and your sister." Poor Mary! She did not know how to do it. In the back parlor, Lucia was saying, "Things are really getting very serious. Don't you think so, Aunt Eunice?" But they supposed that Mr. Landis was talking to Mary about the matter of personal religion. Chapter 23 of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23 Borrowed Money. With the first days of May, Mr. Kennedy fluttered down upon the Cameron family, bringing a flurry of good cheer. It was impossible to withstand his genial, free-hearted ways. A nameless anxiety, which had been hovering over the household for weeks, lifted insensibly with his coming. He came unexpectedly, unheralded by so much as a line. Mr. Kennedy was the sort of man who always did unexpected things. Business called him within 20 miles, and he hurried it, and stole a day, and here he was. He had an errand also. This was to try to hasten the wedding by a week or two. He pleaded his cause skillfully, but Mary was inexorable. It would not be possible for her to get ready before the day appointed, and which was now so near at hand. Even now she felt hurried, almost appalled at times at its nearness. She did not tell Mr. Kennedy what was the main reason, perhaps, for refusing to be hurried, which was that her father was not to have one straw added to his anxiety. She knew he was striving in every possible way to raise money. Of course, it was in view of the coming wedding. He had actually grown pale but yesterday, when her mother had reminded him that it was time to see about the fruit cakes and other articles for which they must depend upon Alberg. "So soon," he had murmured, and she was sure he was thinking of the money which must be raised. It was hard enough at the best. He should not be hurried more than was necessary. Let it be taken note of, in passing, that this young woman, who had an honest desire to help her father in his difficulties, who spent many an anxious hour in his behalf, had not so much as thought of one way of helping, namely, by having no wedding fruit cake from Alberg's or elsewhere, and by dispensing with 100 elegant and expensive trifles which were necessary accompaniments of a wedding feast that Alberg, or any of his tribe, managed. That is, the thing which the Camerons could not in honor do, prepare an elegant collation and bid their friends to it on the occasion of their daughter's marriage, they were as steadily preparing to do as though it were a part of the marriage ceremony itself. How could they help it? People in their set always made weddings for their children. Of course, they could not do anything great or expensive, but a few friends they must have in, and there must be a collation. These matters really did not need to be talked about. They were foregone conclusions. But Mary felt the bitterness of it, and began to long for the time when she could write letters home and slip in a bank-note for a birthday or holiday or anniversary token. She carefully counted up the days which on some pretext or other could be marked in this way, and rejoiced in them. But these were matters which she could not explain to Mr. Kennedy. He, on his part, had thoughts which were carefully kept in the background. It would not have done, for instance, to have told his bride-elect that the uncle who had made her his heiress was very feeble indeed, and might be called upon any day to change worlds, and that for this reason it would be wise to hasten the marriage, that he might have all proper authority when very important business matters came to her for settlement. It was a perfectly reasonable and proper feeling, he told himself. His object was, of course, to watch over her interests. Still, it had to do with a matter which could not be mentioned. Why, as to that, it was a legal secret, and the remembrance of that fact relieved him immensely. He chafed under Mary's decision, and felt that some day he would explain to her how utterly unreasonable she had been, and what an amount of unnecessary trouble she had made. But outwardly he was genial, and lavished money even more freely than usual, taking Lucia and Emily with them for a long drive in the most delightful portions of the city, and with as elegant a turnout as the best livery could furnish. Emily especially appreciated it, and was royally happy. She had not been so happy as usual of late, poor child. Her experience with Mr. Landis, and the interviews which followed it, had served to thoroughly sober her for a time. On the whole, Mary had assumed the responsibility laid upon her, and managed it fairly well. Following Mr. Landis's advice, she had been quiet, even gentle, in her dealings with the youthful sinner, and as a consequence, Emily had told her in detail all that there was to tell. It was by no means so bad that it might not have been much worse, but still, to Mary's lately awakened eyes, it was bad enough. Then they took counsel together as to what should be done. Emily begged and prayed that her father might not be troubled with her. He looked so dreadfully pale and worn, and had such wretched sleepless nights, that if he had her to worry about, she was afraid it would kill him. And if mother knew it, father would have to, for she always told him everything. What was the need for anyone being told? She knew now how silly and wicked she had been, and she would never, never give cause for further anxiety. That hateful Mr. Forbes, who had made all the trouble, had gone back to New York. When he came again, she would not even recognize him on the street. Bertha was vexed with her anyway, because she went home that night instead of coming back to their house, and so got her into trouble. So she need not have anything more to do with her. And indeed, if Mary would just be quiet about it all, She, Emily, would be very angelic for the future. This seemed, on the whole, the wisest thing to be done, especially as Emily was unexpectedly meek, and showed herself willing to be advised by Mary to a greater degree than she had ever been before. There was no difficulty in keeping matters quiet, because of Lucia's theory about the break with Bertha Foster, confirmed when a messenger from the Fosters brought Emily, the morning after the trouble, a very cold and formal note. It was so carefully worded that Emily could even show it to her mother, and that unsuspecting lady read, and said, "So she went out in the evening with company and left you. I do not wonder that you preferred to return home. I would not be in haste to renew the friendship, daughter. Mary and Lucia do not seem to have a very high opinion of the Fosters." Emily blushed over this. She must keep silence, and allow her mother to think that Bertha had treated her rudely. This was one of the penalties which came of her wrongdoing. But to speak would be to have Bertha blamed far more, and justly, so she kept silence. Matters were in this state when Mr. Kennedy came to the rescue, and none were more glad to see him than Emily. She had naturally avoided Mr. Landis since their evening ride together, and Mary kept such careful hold upon her that she felt herself almost a prisoner, and chafed under it, even while her face crimsoned over the thought that she had brought it upon herself, and perhaps needed just such restraint. On the whole, the girl had sense enough to realize that she had made a very narrow escape, and had reason to be grateful to Mr. Landis for the prompt and quiet way in which he had rescued her. Of Ben Reeder's very important part in the rescue she knew nothing, Mr. Landis wisely judging that such knowledge would unnecessarily humiliate her and could be of no use. Perhaps the only one whose face was not brighter because of Mr. Kennedy's visit was his host. He gave him cordial greeting, but almost immediately the look of weariness and unrest, which were becoming habitual, settled back into his face, so that Mr. Kennedy noticed it and asked Mary if her father had been ill. "He has aged since I was here," he said, with true solicitude in his voice. And when Mary explained that he was harassed by business matters, and added frankly that it was very wearying to be poor, he made her heart thrill with gratitude by saying tenderly, "I hope you and I can soon do something toward making life brighter for your father." He smiled over her manifest delight, and assured himself that he would advise the most liberal policy toward the family. With so large a fortune as he had taken pains to inform himself there would be to plan with, nothing less than liberality could be thought of. But he felt generous all the evening over the fact that he meant to advise it. At the dinner table Mr. Cameron roused once or twice, and exerted himself painfully to help entertain his guest, until Mrs. Cameron said anxiously, "Edward, why do you try to talk? You are really too weary to do so. Mr. Kennedy will excuse you, I am sure." Then he murmured something about feeling more exhausted than usual, and sent his cup to be refilled with coffee, directing that it be made strong, as he had work yet to do tonight. He must go back downtown. The family exclaimed over this, Mrs. Cameron begging him not to do so, and Mary seeming so anxious and ill at ease that Mr. Kennedy at last asked kindly if it were not some errand which could be entrusted to him. Mr. Cameron's negative was so quick that he felt the immediate necessity for explanation. "It is a very troublesome matter of business with Mr. He hesitated as if the name had escaped him for the moment, and then added quickly, "Mr. John Welborn." "Ah, indeed," said Mr. Kennedy. "Then, if I really cannot serve you, I consider it a very fortunate circumstance that you have business with that particular gentleman, because I shall ask you to serve me. I have a couple of $100 in my pocket that are to be given into his hands tonight. I neglected to bring my checkbook with me, so must depend on the bills. I leave too early in the morning to attend to the matter, and besides it is due today, and I like to be prompt about money matters, so I intended to tear myself away early enough this evening to do the errand. But if you must go, could you kindly hand this package to him? I will not take your time with explanations. The note enclosed explains itself." Mr. Cameron took the package like one in a dream. He neglected to say that he would be glad to do the errand, or that it would not trouble him, or any of the commonplaces which belong to polite life. Instead, he stared into vacancy and was utterly silent. Mrs. Cameron felt compelled to apologize for him. "Your father is too tired to think tonight," she said, glancing in a distressed way at Mary, and then Mr. Cameron arose and said he must go at once. He ought not to have delayed so long. Once on the street, he walked the length of 2 blocks before it occurred to him to signal a car. Never before was his brain, which had borne a great deal, in such a whirl of bewilderment as it was tonight. He had had a great deal to think about that day. Nearly 4 weeks now since $100 had been given him for Mr. Stevenson, and in that time scarcely a day had passed but he had made some effort to raise that amount of money, and the efforts had been fruitless. There was absolutely not a man who was willing to lend him $100 without security, knowing, as all men did who had dealings with him, that his bills at stores and groceries remained unpaid, and that his family were preparing for a wedding. "A sad case," one acquaintance of a lifetime had said, shaking his head gravely as the door closed after Mr. Cameron bearing away a refusal. "A truly sad case. A man of integrity weighted down with a family who are trying, every one of them, to do what they cannot. Live and dress and act as though their father was a millionaire instead of a salaried clerk. I hear that they are planning now for a fashionable wedding. I wonder if Alberg will serve them on credit." And today Mr. Cameron had had a shock. Among the sea of faces that surged by his desk that morning, he had recognized Louis Stevenson's. Before the day was done, he would probably learn that $100 were supposed to be waiting for him and come for them. What should be said to him? In point of fact, it was not Mr. Stevenson, but the man who had given the trust, who called him to account. "By the way, Mr. Cameron, that $100 I left with you one morning. Stevenson tells me he did not call for it, went out of town that day, and has just returned. You have had it in trust ever since, I suppose? Sorry to have bothered you so long, but I have been away myself. I'll take it now, if you please. He is to dine with me, and I can give it to him myself." Mr. Cameron wrote his name carefully on the voucher for which the cash boy was waiting, before he made reply. Then he raised his head, and said slowly, "I haven't the money with me, Mr. Clinton. I never leave money in my desk overnight." "Oh, is that so? Then how shall we manage it? Stevenson must have it tonight. He goes away again in the morning." "I will call upon you this evening," said Mr. Cameron, and wheeled on his stool to attend to an imperative demand. Mr. Clinton, finding him unusually busy and absorbed, scribbled his address and the time at which he could be seen on a card and handed it in to him. "Call as near that hour as you can, Mr. Cameron. I may be out later. Sorry to give you so much trouble." And then Mr. Cameron had gotten through that day as best he could, not without sundry feeble efforts to raise the $100, not without 100 plans as to what he would do before night. He would go to the senior partner and beg a loan, and lose the situation which he had held for 19 years. It had been sternly hinted at, the last time he asked to anticipate his salary. He would tell young Clinton that he had been compelled, yes, actually compelled, to borrow that money and would pay it just as soon as he could. And lose his situation! Young Clinton's father was the member of the firm least disposed to show mercy. He would telegraph his boys that they must raise him $100 or disgrace awaited them. No, whatever happened, he must shield his boys and his girls as long as possible. He went home to dinner, uncertain still what he was to do. He had promised to call upon young Clinton that evening, and a Cameron always kept his promises. But what should he say? Visions of an interview with Mr. John Welborn, the well-known broker, floated through his brain. He might give his watch as security and raise a little, but it was an old one. He doubted whether he would be allowed more than $25 on it. When he announced at the dinner table that he must go downtown again, he had not been sure of any one thing, save that he meant to get into the street and the darkness as soon as he could. He had mentioned Mr. John Welborn's name because it was the one which occurred to him next to the name of Clinton, and he shrank in a curious way from mentioning that, as though the mere repeatal of it might give the listeners an idea of his trouble. He would call at Welborn's, he told himself quickly, as soon as the name had left his lips. It could do no harm to ask for money, and he would make good his word. The poor, half-crazed man clung pitifully to that notion about a Cameron's word and a Cameron's honor, and shut his eyes to the idea that the $100 had been other than borrowed. Did not people borrow every day? Why should the thought of it distress him so? Why had he been careful not to mention it to any of his family? At last he bethought himself and signaled a car. One and another acquaintance came in and sat near him and chatted for a minute or two and passed out, and one of them said, "Cameron is breaking, isn't he? Ages fast. Seems to me I have never seen such a change in a few months' time as there has been in him. Pity he couldn't get away somewhere and have a rest. But I suppose he is hard pressed. He has an expensive family, it is said." "Living beyond their means," said the other, "trying to accomplish the impossible. Half the people in this world are trying to do what they can't." Then they dismissed Mr. Cameron and his affairs from their minds, and the car brought him to Mr. John Welborn's door. He walked up to it with steps that tottered, and rang the bell. He said to himself that he was going to give that money into Mr. Welborn's hands. Of course he was. Why else should he call? Then he felt for his watch, and remembered that there was a seal on the chain which must have cost quite a sum. His grandfather's seal. Did they lend money on such things? Then his ring was answered. Mr. John Welborn was not at home, would not be for 2 days. His son was at home, and could be seen at the office in the morning. Mr. Cameron went down the steps again, and signaled a Grand Avenue car. He took the package out of his pocket and looked at it. It was sealed, but Mr. Kennedy had told him the amount enclosed. What if there should be a mistake? Did he care to pass over money that might not be just what it purported? That was not businesslike. He would count it. What if it was sealed? Was not Mr. Kennedy the same as his own family? There were $200. There was also a note addressed to Mr. John Welborn. He put that in his pocket. It could not be delivered. Mr. Welborn was not at home. In young Clinton's room 2 gentlemen chatted. Clinton looked at his watch. "It is just past the hour I gave Mr. Cameron," he said. "We must not wait long for him." "Wasn't it a trifle strange in him to keep that money all this time and say nothing?" "No, I think not," Clinton said thoughtfully. "He is a machine. He held the money in trust for Mr. Stevenson to call for it. Mr. Stevenson did not call, so he held it. Clockwork, you see. Oh, he will be here this evening. He is the soul of honor. He came into my father's firm the year I was born. Perhaps that is his ring now." In 5 minutes from that time, Mr. Stevenson had received and cared for his $100, and Mr. Cameron was on his way home. He did not go immediately home. He took a car which ran out away beyond the park, almost into the country. It did not make prompt connection at the junction, and he walked along the river bank and took off his hat, and even tried to loosen his necktie a little. It seemed hard work to breathe. When at last he reached home, Mrs. Cameron was waiting for him, alarmed at his lateness. "I was afraid something had happened," she said. He felt like telling her that something had. It was not until 7 o'clock the next morning that she told him Mr. Kennedy had been obliged to take the 6:50 train. "He made me promise not to let you know," she said, "for fear you should think courtesy demanded your getting up to see him off. And he said he would not have you for the world, that you needed rest, and your worn face would haunt him, he was afraid. He was very kind and considerate." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Mrs. Willis Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy continued to be kind and considerate. His prospective father-in-law told himself that night when he walked upstairs, too ill in body and mind for any further effort, that the first thing in the morning he would have a talk with Kennedy, would tell him just how embarrassed he was, and just how he had disposed of $100, and ask him to lend the money for a few weeks, only a few weeks. He would soon be in a way to straighten everything out, and to plan against such experiences for the future. He even meant to humiliate himself by pressing that point, that he did not mean to be in any sense of the word a drag upon his son-in-law. But before morning he learned that by Mr. Kennedy's considerateness he was to be spared from having to see him. This was better. He would write instead of talk, and he would wait a day or two to give himself time to get rested and strengthened for the ordeal. There were times when he confessed to himself that it would be a terrible ordeal to own that he had actually stolen the money and appropriated it to his own needs. That was an ugly word, and he only on rare occasions allowed himself its use. He waited 2 days, then 4, then a week. It seemed impossible to get nerve enough to write that letter. Then he told himself that it was too late, that Mr. Kennedy undoubtedly knew by this time that something strange had happened. He would wait to be written to, and by the tone of the letter he would judge how to reply. Meantime he worked steadily every day, and ate little and slept less, and frightened himself occasionally of nights by thinking that he had perhaps periled his daughter's happiness for life. What if Mr. Kennedy, in a fit of righteous horror at being allied with dishonor, should break with her? What Mr. Kennedy did when he received a letter from Mr. Welborn to the effect that he had not kept his word, was to whistle softly for several seconds, then address the wall. "So that is your little game, is it, my beloved father-in-law that is to be? If you do much of it, I do not wonder at your haggard face. Poor old fellow, I feel sorry for you. I know what it is to be in debt, and I have the advantage of you, for you don't see your way out, and I do. If that ridiculous girl hadn't been so obstinate, I could probably help you sooner. Well, I'll write to old Welborn that pressure of business, etc., prevented, send him the interest, and renew the loan for a month or so. That is easily managed. After we get affairs settled, I think I will just quietly give the money to father-in-law and say nothing, unless he bothers me about settlements, in which case I can give him a little wholesome advice. On the whole, I think I am rather glad that it has happened." Because of this, no letter came to Mr. Cameron, and he went on expecting it by day and by night, living in a sort of nightmare of horrors, and the wedding day grew on apace. With the first breath of June the boys came home, handsome, well-developed fellows, full of life and bubbling over with kindliness, and much shocked at the change in their father. What was the matter? They questioned. What had happened to age him so? Had they had medical advice? What did everybody mean by standing quietly by and letting him die before their eyes? Mary tried to explain. Father was not really ill, only tired and worried. This constant pressure of money difficulties, she believed, was at the root of all his troubles. But that was absurd, the boys said. He had a good salary. Other men lived on less than that amount. They did not understand it. There must be mismanagement somewhere. And that very afternoon they hired a handsome carriage and took Lucia and Emily for a drive, coaxing the latter to invite that pretty little Puritan maiden, Dorothy Landis, to accompany them. They had met her but the evening before, and Mac, especially, was struck with her beauty. That evening he said gaily, "Father, have you any money about you? I'm dead broke, I find. Your liveries charge enormously here. I can get a 2-horse rig at college for much less than I had to pay this afternoon. Give me a 10, Father, if you can as well as not." Mr. Cameron's fingers trembled as he singled out the bill. It was the only 10 he had, and there were a few 5s to keep it company. But the boys had been gone so long, and they were such handsome fellows, and their mother was so glad and proud over them, what was he to do? It was reasonable that they should need a little money. Really, they were not reckless boys, only thoughtless. They had been brought up to ask for money when they needed it, to think little about spending it, to fancy that more could be had somehow when that was gone. They knew their father was not wealthy. Oh dear, they believed that none knew it better or deplored it more than they. No large expenditures could be allowed them, and in all such directions they believed themselves economists. It was in the 10,000 little things that their money went, and in all little things they spent as freely as though millions stood behind them. They had been 3 days at home, yet that promised explanation of their financial trouble had not been given to their father. Truth to tell, with them it had retired into the background. It had never at any time been so vivid a pain to them as it was to their parents, living as they did among young men who thought nothing of such escapades. To have taken, on a certain evening, a little more wine than was good for them, and because of it to have been indifferent as to the amount of plate glass they shivered, or the furniture they injured, was so commonplace a thing among a certain set as to be worthy only of a passing laugh. There were times when they really felt quite virtuous because they had taken the trouble to secure President Force's kindly aid, and so saved their father from much that would have been disagreeable. Moreover, they had kept themselves remarkably free from college scrapes of every sort since that time, and, besides carrying off the leading prizes, had stood so high in their other classes as to be excused from examinations. So they were home in triumph, a week earlier than they would otherwise have been. On the whole, they felt that their father could afford to wait for those details, especially since he really looked too ill to be bothered with them. He, on his part, showed no disposition to question them. They could not have understood how painfully he shrank from confessions of any sort. What was he that his boys should confess anything? Those last few days went on swift wings, and on the evening before the wedding, Mrs. Cameron heaved a sigh of relief as she toiled up the stairs for perhaps the 100th time that day. She was tired but victorious. Through trials and perplexities such as none but those who have borne them understand, she believed she had arrived at last to the point where the most fastidious would have nothing to criticize. The embarrassments of that well-remembered luncheon party had not been without fruit. She had carefully shunned the rocks on which they were injured that day. No blundering Betsy, with a second-rate helper hired at the last minute, should have to do with this experience. From the first, Mrs. Cameron had been resolute. It might be more expensive, but it was necessary. They would not try to do great things. They would only have a few of their most intimate acquaintances, and they would have the simplest of refreshments. But what they had must be of the best and faultlessly served. Thus much was due Mr. Kennedy. Because they were themselves poor, they must not forget that Mary was about to marry into a wealthy family. He must see that his wife's people were refined, and knew how to entertain their friends. The matter of the collation must be put entirely into Alberg's hands, only stipulating that it was to be of the simplest character. She would undertake to see that the house was in order, and to see to everything, in fact, up to the hour when the collation should be arranged, but with that the family must have nothing to do. Alberg must be responsible for extra forks and spoons and glasses, and whatever other extra was necessary to do the proper serving of his order. This was the only way to insure Mary against embarrassments. The probable estimate of expense had appalled them, even after Alberg himself had condescended to go over the estimate with them, and, with an injured air, had obliged himself to erase entirely certain things which he deemed indispensable. Mr. Cameron had roused to more strength than he had seemed for some time to possess, and had walked the floor declaring that they could not do it. But Mrs. Cameron had answered gently that she was sure he would regret it after Mary was gone, if he did not make everything as comfortable for her as he could. Moreover, what would Mr. Kennedy think if they did not? After this was fairly over, she knew ways of retrenchment which would soon make matters straight. She had been talking things over with Rachel, who had a very clear head, if she was young. He would be surprised at her suggestions, and find relief in them. As for Alberg, he had promised to wait for 3 months. She had told him, laughingly of course, that if his bill was not promptly settled then, she would give him leave to carry off the piano. And, as it was a very fine one, he was certainly safe. The mention of Mr. Kennedy's name seemed to have a subduing effect upon her husband, a fact which Mrs. Cameron noted and made use of during these latter days of preparation. Now, as I said, she was ascending the stairs, weary but triumphant. An all but endless task it had been to get the rooms in order. No one would have believed that she and Aunt Eunice and Rachel could have worked such marvels as they had. What with the careful laundering and turning and darning, curtains and carpets and the very upholstery of chairs and lounges looked fresh and inviting. Nobody could darn more skillfully than Aunt Eunice. No one had been more persistent early and late with her needle and her skill. Aunt Eunice might believe that a great deal of it was utter folly, as assuredly she did, but she had taken a vow to hold her tongue, and she held it and worked away. There was no harm in having things look as well as soap and water and skill could make them, and it didn't cost anything for her to sit and sew. Emily said the rooms looked really beautiful, even without the flowers, and when she and Dorothy Landis got them arranged, it would be a display fit for the bridal of a queen. She added that Dorothy Landis seemed able to fairly bewitch flowers. She had never known anyone who could arrange them so exquisitely, but that Mac was developing astonishing talent in that line under Dorothy's tuition. This young woman's keen eyes had already discovered that her brother Mac was ready to take any sort of tuition at the hands of their neighbor Dorothy. And so, through experiences manifold, Mary Cameron reached the evening of the 6th of June, and sat alone in her room taking leave of herself. Tomorrow at this time she would have been for several hours Mrs. Willis Kennedy. She said the name over aloud, looking grave. It had a very strange sound. A pretty enough name, but it seemed not to be hers. Some other girl in her shape was going to wear it, and she, Mary Cameron, would surely be there as usual after that other girl, whose bridal dress lay at this moment on the bed, was gone. A strange mood was hers for a bride. She wondered if all women about to be married felt so. There had been hours during that busy day when she had stood over her packing, and stood quite still when someone called her to ask if she would take that old cashmere with her, and did she want the long brown box packed in the trunk which was to go with them, and instead of answering, had said to her inmost self, "Going away with Willis Kennedy! Going, not to come back here, to my home, any more! How absurd that is! How can they believe it possible?" She had been left to the privacy of her own room for several days now. Lucia, with many serio-comic sighs and groans and hints of martyrdom, having betaken herself to Aunt Eunice's quarters. That good lady still had peaceable possession of the room which had been known as the boys', and they had settled themselves into the attic chamber, which had heretofore been used as a storeroom. So Mary could sit with folded hands, without fear of intrusion, and gaze at her past and her future. She had had several calls this evening which had somewhat unnerved her. Lucia, who rarely showed to any person her inmost feelings, had broken down for a few minutes and cried outright, and declared that it was cruel and unnatural to separate families in this way, and she had not imagined that she should feel it so. Emily had hovered about her eldest sister and kissed and patted her, and whispered, with her bright eyes dimmed the while with tears, that she would never forget how awfully good she had been to her, and she, Emily, would really and truly be a comfort to father and mother, and do nothing to worry them. Mrs. Cameron had folded her in her arms, and laid her head on her shoulder, and said not a word, but Mary had felt hot tears against her cheek. Even her father had helped to increase her bewilderment and pain. "Well, Mary," he had said, meeting her on the stairs, and he had held out his hand and tried twice to speak some other word, and then had turned away abruptly and walked downstairs, holding heavily to the balusters as he went. That experience made Mary feel in a hurry to be married. Why had she not allowed Willis to have his way? Then it would have been all over by this time, and she in condition to help her father, and he was failing so rapidly. It would have been a matter of interest to a curious student of human nature to have known that Mary Cameron invariably thought of her married life as something which would be over when the ceremony was concluded and she was fairly recognized as Mrs. Kennedy. But one call she had had that evening which had shaken her nerves more than all the others combined. That was when Rachel, who had been by her side nearly all day, doing little last things which required taste and skill, doing them rapidly and deftly, turning from one to another with a thoughtfulness which she could never forget, tapped at the door with a "May I come in a moment?" and then had dropped in a little heap at her feet and said, "Do you know, it seems to me as though I had just found my sister after doing without and missing her all these years, and now I am losing her." Mary had been touched by this. She greatly admired, while at the same time she stood a trifle in awe of, her beautiful sister. She had been a new type of girl, firm in her convictions, unswerving in regard to what she considered right, and intense almost to narrowness, Mary thought, in her ideas of right and wrong. Yet, at the same time, gentle and sweet and unselfish. They had grown to know each other better during the past 2 weeks, because Rachel found so many things which she could do to help, and discovered to her admiring sister many touches of skill and taste which it had not been known she possessed. It was hard to think that they, who had been apart so long, must separate again, and never belong to the same household any more. She expressed her sense of regret, and several little love words were exchanged, drawing the sisters closer to each other than ever before. Then Rachel had said suddenly, "Oh, Mary, it is a foolish thing to ask, But are you sure that Mr. Kennedy is the one who, next to God, can be all in all to you? Of course you are, but I want to hear you say it. Marriage is such a solemn, such an irrevocable thing, that one should be so settled. You are sure it is all right?" Mary had laughed at her wistful, almost pleading tone, and told her that she was a sentimental creature, much more so than she should have supposed. Then, finding that Rachel pressed the question, not in sentiment, but in strange earnestness, she had said, "Of course it is all right, you foolish child. If it were not, what good would it do to talk about it now? It is quite too late." "Oh, no, no!" Rachel had said, and begged her not to speak such words. If she should find, even while standing at the marriage altar, if she should have the least feeling that she might possibly be making a mistake, she should draw back even then. Such solemn promises as those given in marriage must not be taken on uncertain lips. Mary had laughed again a little, and told her she must never marry. She was too nervous, and then had abruptly changed the subject. But now that she was gone, the bride-elect went over the conversation carefully, remembering with singular distinctness Rachel's every word. Marriage meant more to Rachel, evidently, than it did to her. Mr. Kennedy was, of course, of more interest to her than was any other person, else she would not have promised to marry him. But she admitted that, after marriage, she thought with satisfaction of being left to carry out her own plans and schemes, leaving him at the same time at liberty to carry out his, always being the best of friends, and having pleasant hours together when they met, and being able to have pleasant hours apart. Was not this as it should be? Was not the intense feeling which Rachel seemed to think necessary, the sentimentalism which belonged to extreme youth? At that moment she thought of Russell Denham and the flutter of heart which his very footstep used to arouse. But she curled her lip disdainfully over the thought, and told herself that here was a proof that such feelings were mere sentiment. Now she did not even respect Russell Denham. He had trifled with her. As for Mr. Kennedy, he had sought her out from all the world, and had been kind and considerate not only of her, but hers. Of course she loved him, and when she was once his wife, she could begin to do all those things of which she had lately thought. She would make a safe, sweet, helpful home for tempted boys like Ben Reeder. She would have her own brothers with her much, and do for them in 100 ways which had been suggested to her by hearing Mr. Landis talk. And Emily, she could guard her young life, and at the same time enrich and brighten it. Then there was father. Oh, there were so many things to be done. She had wasted her life. Now she must redeem the lost years. Mr. Kennedy was a very busy man, but he would heartily second all her efforts. Hadn't he told her that he would be delighted to see her at work? And didn't he most cordially endorse all that she had said about having Emily much with her? End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. A Nervous Shock. Despite the fact that Mrs. Cameron had congratulated herself the evening before on everything being done, the morning found them very busy. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock that even Emily had time to wonder, why in the world Mr. Kennedy did not appear? It had been planned, in view of the crowded state of the house, that he should stop overnight with his uptown friends, and he had explained by letter that some vexatious business matters would prevent his reaching the city until late on the evening of the 5th. But it was presumable that he would make his appearance early in the morning. "I thought he would come to breakfast," said Emily. "I hope he will not be later than 12 o'clock. We couldn't go on without him, could we? and for a marriage service to be even 5 minutes behind time is considered very countrified nowadays." They laughed at Emily's nonsense as usual, and hurried their preparations, for the ceremony was to be performed at high noon, and if they must not be even 5 minutes late, there was need for haste. One person was looking nervously for Mr. Kennedy's arrival. This was Mary's father. He had resolved to take his future son-in-law into confidence that very morning. He was to be told briefly about the temporary embarrassments, and to be duly apologized to for carelessness in not acquainting him promptly with Mr. Welborn's absence, and in the subsequent temporary use of the money. Mr. Cameron liked the sound of that word temporary. He opened the door of his small private room at the end of the hall several times in the course of the next hour, to ask if Mr. Kennedy had not come yet, and to repeat the direction that he was to be shown in there the moment he arrived. "What can father be going to do to him when he does come?" asked Emily. "Somebody ought to be preparing to give him a lecture on tardiness. The idea! It is after 11 o'clock. Mary won't do it. Brides have to smile and be pleased at everything until a few days after the ceremony." Then she darted forward to answer a ring. She would be the first to receive the belated bridegroom. It was the postman's ring, and she took from his hand a single letter addressed to Mary. "How curious!" she said, studying it. "It is Mr. Kennedy's writing." "A belated letter," said her mother, coming forward to glance at it. "Mary did not get one yesterday, you remember. Take it up to her. It will amuse her while she is waiting. And do, child, put the finishing touches to your toilet before you come down again. It is almost time for the guests to arrive." A little later it was Mary who came down the stairs with an open letter in her hand. "Mother," she said, stopping halfway down as she caught a glimpse of Mrs. Cameron's draperies by the back parlor door. That lady rushed out to her. "Why, my dear, don't come down yet. What is it? Come back, dear, do." In a hurried whisper, "Some of the guests have come, and of course you do not want them to see you yet." "No," said Mary, aloud and calmly, "nor at all. I want them sent away. There is to be no wedding." "Hush, child, hush!" said the mother in an imperative whisper, drawing her daughter in nervous haste up the stairs. "You do not know what you are saying. What is it, dear child? What has happened?" She had drawn Mary within her own room now and closed the door. "Has he taken ill, dear? Or is there an accident? Sit down, my darling, and let mother have the letter." "Here it is," said Mary, pushing away the seat into which her mother tried to draw her. "You can read it. It is not long. Nothing has happened, only he has changed his mind. I wish he had let us know before—" She did not complete her sentence. And Mrs. Cameron, scarce knowing what she did, read: "Dear Mary, not that I have any right to call you so after this, yet you are dear to me, so dear that I must shield you. Mary, I am a poor man. Prospects that I believed were sure are utterly ruined. I have not a penny. In view of these expectations, I have lived freely. Now I have nothing with which to pay my wedding expenses, even if it were right to condemn you to beggary. I have no home to bring you to, and no money with which to pay our board. In short, I am utterly ruined. The only honorable way for me is to tell you the truth, and release you from all pledges to me, and to promise never to insult you by line or word again. What this blow is to me, I leave you to imagine. I have but one gleam of comfort. That is, that you never seemed to care for me as I do for you. Good-bye. From a miserable failure, Willis Kennedy." 3 times the poor mother read these lines, with brain so bewildered that she could not seem to take in their meaning. Then she lifted her frightened eyes to her daughter's stern ones. "He must be insane," she faltered. "No, he is only businesslike. He has failed in some desperate business venture which he thought was sure, and has decided that he must marry a rich wife instead of me. I wish he had discovered it before we had had so much trouble and expense." But her mother interrupted her, weeping bitterly. "Oh, my darling, don't! You are insane yourself. You will be if you stand there so quiet and cold and talk like that. You might better scream or faint. Oh, Mary, my poor girl, what shall we do?" "I don't think this is any time for fainting, mother. We have too much that must be done. All those people who keep coming must be sent away. Or shall we let them stay and eat the wedding dainties? They might have their part, even though ours is spoiled. And my father must be told, and comforted." Her face changed a little with this word. "Mother, stop moaning, and let us think and plan. Where are the boys? No, they could not do anything. It would break their hearts. And father must be spared." She had walked to the window while she talked, and had been watching the coming of guests. "There is Mr. Landis," she said. "He will do. He knows just how to manage everybody. Send for him to come up here, mother, and tell him the whole story. I will tell him myself. Then he will get rid of the people for us. It will be better than trying to depend upon the boys." The poor dazed mother! She looked at her daughter as one frightened. She believed her to be stricken with insanity. She felt as though she was herself insane. Mary turned at last from her pathetic bewilderment, and, stepping into the hall, sent Emily to tell Mr. Landis she wished to see him immediately. He came promptly, not surprised at the summons. He had been doing duty as intimate friend of the family for the last 2 days. Quietly, in a matter-of-fact way, Mary handed him the letter, saying simply, "Read that, and tell me how to act." He read more rapidly than the poor mother had, and reached his conclusion sooner. "The consummate villain!" he muttered, between lips that he seemed to want to keep closed. "Oh, no," said Mary again. "I told mother that he was only businesslike. I think I understand him. Money, or the want of it, has held us all, always, from doing what we wanted to. Mr. Landis, will you send the guests away, and tell my father and the boys, and keep the boys from doing anything rash? That will be their first thought, to rush away and find him. As if that would do any good." Was ever friend called upon to perform stranger service? How he got through with the next hour, Mr. Landis himself could not have told. He knew that in some way he made known to the guests that circumstances had so changed as to make their very presence an offense, and that he was closeted afterwards, first with the father, then with the sons, and that he found the latter harder to manage. For while the father's utterly stunned condition had not yet passed, they were burning for revenge, and could think only of rushing away by the first train to shoot the villain who had deliberately planned disgrace for the household. It was perhaps a providential thing for all parties that their attention was soon and sharply called to another matter. It came to pass that the poor mother, whose body and brain had been undergoing during all these months, even years, heavier strains than any of them realized, reached the end of her powers of endurance that morning. When Mary returned from her conference with Mr. Landis, she found her mother in a dead faint. Being entirely composed herself, she was not alarmed, but did for her what she was sure were the proper things, only to find that she rallied but for a moment, then sank away again, her condition becoming each time more alarming. In point of fact, Mr. Landis's conference with the sons was interrupted by a sharp summons to them to go for the doctor without delay, and thereafter, for several hours, the bewildered family had need to center their thoughts on what had been suddenly transformed into a sick room. It was Mary who received and made explanation to the doctor. "She has had a sudden nervous shock, coming after unusual fatigue. It was on hearing the news which shocked her that she went into one of these faints or spasms or whatever they are." The doctor, who had known the family professionally for years, and who had already heard what the nervous shock was, looked at his informant curiously. Had no shock of any sort come to her? She had certainly never been more entirely herself than at that moment. Not only then, but afterwards, throughout the trying ordeals of that day, she maintained the same quiet self-poise. She gave careful attention to the doctor's orders, and took measures to have them carried out with promptness and skill. She directed the thoroughly frightened Betsy, listened to and agreed with Aunt Eunice's plans for her mother's comfort, and interrupted Emily's tearful attempt at expressing sympathy for herself with a composed, "There is no time to think about that now, child. Mother is very ill, and we must all think of her and do everything we can to help." Such a miserable family as it was which gathered, some time toward the close of the day, to make an attempt at that belated feast which was to have been served so royally. The caterers had disappeared long since, carrying their extra spoons and forks and all manner of paraphernalia with them, and Rachel had struggled bravely with the problem of how to rid the rooms of all traces of festivity. But there remained the extra dishes which poor Betsy felt ought to be eaten, yet which, by their very unusualness, emphasized the situation. Even Mr. Willis Kennedy, taking his dinner gloomily and in silence in a strange restaurant, might have pitied the condition of the home whose comfort he had despoiled. Mary Cameron stayed with her mother, and Mr. Cameron, after swallowing his coffee and shaking his head at everything which Lucia and Emily eagerly offered him, staggered away to his post beside his wife's bed. All other anxieties were for the present swallowed up in an agony of pity and remorse for the wife of his youth. He was not accustomed to seeing her ill. The thought that she might die was terrible to him, not only in the sense of the desolation which would result, but in the thought that he had failed in most of the things he had meant to do for her when they began life together. Such a happy home as they had meant to have! And it seemed to him now that an imp in the form of poverty came early, and sat grinning on their hearthstone all through the years. Yet, when he had married, on a salary of $800, he felt rich, he remembered. It was a strange and bewildering experience connected with this dreadful day, that those pictures of the past and of what he had meant and had failed in, kept haunting his brain, so unnerving him that the doctor said in a warning tone to Lucia as he left the house, "You want to look after your father and shield him as much as you can. He is in some respects in a worse condition than your mother." The hall clock was striking 10 when Mary Cameron entered once more the door of her own room and dropped into the nearest chair to think. Aunt Eunice had asserted her authority. The mother was quiet now, sleeping under the influence of opiates, and she, Aunt Eunice, knew as much about illness as the next one. And this was the time for Mary to get a little rest. "You have been on your feet all day, and haven't eaten a bite. Go down now and get a cup of tea and a bit of toast. Rachel has some ready for you, and then you go to your own room and rest a while." Such had been her dismissal. Mary had smiled over the idea of the tea and toast, and did not feel the need of either, but she was willing to go away to her own room. She sat down in the chair which had held her but the night before. Was it the night before, or was it 5, 10, 20 years ago, when she was a girl and was going to be married? She felt like an old woman now, one on whom the cares and responsibilities of life had dropped suddenly years ago, and which she had met and borne. She glanced around the room curiously. It had been hurriedly reconstructed. Rachel and Emily, between them, having got rid of bridal robes and belongings as much as possible. Yet the great trunks, 2 of them, still stood there, one locked and strapped, the other waiting for those last things which were to have been put in after the ceremony. In the hurry and confusion, the girls had not been able to get rid of these, and the bride that was to have been, looked at them as something which belonged to that long ago past. This evening she had expected to spend in Albany, and to be introduced to certain friends as Mrs. Kennedy. She had said over the name several times in the privacy of her room, trying to get accustomed to its sound. She said it over now with a curling lip, and wondered where Mr. Kennedy was, and whether he had carried out his part of the program and gone to Albany. And was he at that moment entertaining these charming young cousins of whom he had told her? Then she pulled herself up sharply from this bewilderment of reverie, and tried to look her present and future in the face, and decide what to do with them. In the first place, was she a fit subject for the unutterable sympathy which had flowed about her all day, and been so prominent a part of her father's woe that he could not meet her eye nor speak her name? She had felt almost like a hypocrite when poor Mac, in an agony of pity and pain, had held her in his arms for a moment that evening, and begged her to let him and Rod go together and rid the earth of such a scoundrel. She had put from her Lucia's pitiful attempt at sympathy, with a word about their mother and her needs. She knew they all felt that she had turned from their efforts because the wound was still too fresh and sore to endure their touch. She knew they felt anxious for her, and expected a sudden and perhaps terrible descent from this unnatural calm. So anxious were they that there had been earnest expostulation with Aunt Eunice about sending her away, and an assurance that she might better be allowed to stay and busy herself with her mother. And Aunt Eunice had stoutly held to her convictions. "I tell you she will be better to get away by herself and cry. This kind of quiet ain't natural. I know all about it." Mary had overheard these things, and faintly smiled at them. She did not mean to cry. She had no desire to do so. Back in the dim recesses of her heart somewhere, behind all the shame and indignation and sense of having been wronged and made a public spectacle of, there lurked a dull feeling of relief. She was not married after all. She was Mary Cameron still, free to remain so, and it was through no fault of hers. She had been willing to do her part in relieving her father of the burden of her support, and to relieve him in 100 other ways which she had planned, and the opportunity had failed her. She could not feel that she was in any sense to blame, and the thought was a relief. Had she, then, not loved the man she had promised to marry? Why, of course she had. At least she had supposed that she did. She had respected him always, and been grateful to him. He had chosen her deliberately before all others, though he was at home in high circles and a man of wealth, or had posed as such, and she had been grateful to him. It had all been somewhat sudden, she remembered, but she had not meant in any way to deceive either herself or him. Afterwards, quite lately indeed, there had come to her a question as to whether it was all just as it should be. Whether, for instance, she could live that entirely different life which she was resolved upon living, the life which people like Rachel and Mr. Landis thought alone was worthy, with Mr. Kennedy for her constant companion. She knew intuitively that he did not care for that sort of life, although he had been entirely respectful with regard to matters of religion. But he would at least be out of sympathy with it. Could she be what she desired to be, with him indifferent? But she had told herself, as she told Rachel, that there was no use in thinking about such matters now. It was too late. Everything was settled. She had decided that she could and would live her own right, separate life, be what she had discovered every woman ought to be, and win Mr. Kennedy to her way of thinking if she could. If not, well, people had to go their own ways in this world. And she knew so little about God's real plan for married life as to actually suppose that this was probably as true a marriage as any. She was surprised and ashamed at this undertone of relief which had oppressed her all day. A woman on the eve of marriage ought not to feel relief that circumstances entirely beyond her control had prevented it. She was sure of so much. But what was that feeling which lurked behind the sense of shame and indignation, if it could not be called by such name? "I have lost my respect for him," she said aloud and quietly. "It must be that which has changed my feelings." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. What's in a Name? It is perhaps time that Mr. Willis Kennedy should receive some slight attention. Mr. Landis, in his excitement, had called him a consummate villain. But that is too strong a term. Mr. Kennedy was a victim of a weak will, a determination to please himself, and an education which had no firm moral foundation. Up to the evening of the 3rd day of June, he had no more idea of failing in his appointment with Mary Cameron than he had of ceasing to live. On the contrary, he was anxious for the day to arrive, and shaped all his engagements and plans with a view to it. On the evening of the 3rd of June, his cousin Eustace dropped down upon him suddenly. It will be remembered that this young man was a lawyer, was in fact the junior partner of a very important law firm in the neighboring city. He had been absent for months in the far West on an extended business trip, and had not met his cousin since a short time after he confided to him that interesting bit of news about the Cameron uncle. "So you are going to desert bachelorhood," he said, after he had been duly welcomed and refreshed by his cousin. "I was astonished to receive your cards. I had set you down as a confirmed bachelor. And to marry a Miss Cameron at that. No wonder you were so much interested in my bit of news about Miss Catherine Cameron. You thought possibly they were relatives? I could have told you differently. Our firm has had to trace relationship to the 3rd and 4th generation. It is a curious coincidence, Mary K. Cameron. Does the K stand for Catherine, so as to complete the strangeness of it?" Mr. Willis Kennedy stared. No other word will describe his gaze. "What are you talking about?" he asked at last. "Why, man alive, I'm talking about the romance I spread before you the last time I saw you. Are you so much married already as to have forgotten it? You told me then of being introduced to a Miss Cameron, and I supposed it was the one our firm is managing." "Oh," said Mr. Kennedy at last. "And when did you find out your mistake?" "Never thought about it again until I received your cards and saw the magic name. Why didn't you go in for the heiress, Willis? It would have been more convenient for you. She has been here much of the season and is here now." "Here? In New York?" "Yes, sir, in New York, within 5 squares of your clubhouse. Are you thinking how much postage you might have saved if you had chosen her? But you are too late, old fellow. No use in breaking your engagement now. My Miss Cameron is engaged to a doctor here. He is poor, too, and struggling, but enterprising. He is fighting the tenement house question down near the college settlement. Wants a row of shells hauled down, and some choice palaces put up. And he spends every cent of his hard-earned money in caring for his poor patients. They are to be married in the course of a few weeks, I believe. Think how that fortune will be squandered. She is of like mind with himself, I am told, and neither of them knows the first thing about the money. But it will all be out soon. The poor old uncle is done with life at last. A telegram from my chief is what brought me down this way instead of going home. I am to call in the morning and break the news as gently as I can, and escort my lady home if she pleases to meet her lawyers and her fortune. Only I presume the doctor will prefer to do that for her. Romantic, isn't it?" "Very," said Mr. Willis Kennedy. After a few minutes of silence he began to ask questions, probing his cousin's knowledge to the utmost, showing such keen interest indeed that he was laughingly rallied about having so many questions to ask concerning another than the Miss Cameron. "What's in a name?" he said at last, rising with a yawn. "So you don't know what the case stands for in your lady's name? Probably it is Keturah or Keziah. To have it Catherine would be too strange a coincidence. You must take her to call upon the other one. They are so enamored of tenement house people, they won't be lofty in their ideas. Well, good night to you, my boy. No, thank you. I have promised to spend the night with my friend Tremaine. When are you going down? Not until Tuesday night. You don't give yourself much holiday beforehand, do you? But as a married man in prospective, I suppose you have to be industrious." He was gone at last, and Mr. Willis Kennedy had time to think. What a bewildering problem was before him! Instead of millions, nothing! And on the eve of marriage with a young woman who had been brought up with expensive tastes and habits, and nothing with which to gratify them. Moreover, she had a father who was in such financial embarrassments that he had to resort to dishonesty to keep himself probably from exposure. Also, to come back sharply to himself, on the strength of his prospects he had been more than usually careless of money matters, even reckless. Only the day before he had borrowed $500 to meet the expenses of his wedding trip, and had promised to pay a startling rate of interest for the private accommodation. What did a millionaire care for the amount of interest to be paid on a paltry $500? His thoughts did not shape themselves logically in the man's brain. They merely floated before him in a sort of vision. In truth, he was stunned by the magnitude of his disappointment. He had taken such pains to learn just the amount of the fortune to be inherited, and just the condition of the uncle whose feeble breath of life had endured so long. The only flaw in his work had been the taking it for granted that the Catherine Cameron whom his cousin described, and the Mary K. Cameron whom he knew, were the same. When at last he sought his room late that night and made preparations for rest, wearily, like an old man, instead of one in his prime, he had not even yet so much as thought of proving false to his promised wife. He was to be married, of course, but what afterwards? How were they to live? He was not a member of any firm, only a salaried clerk. Through some heedless words of his, somebody had gotten the impression that he belonged to the firm, and he had not cared to deny it even to Mary Cameron herself. What harm for her to think so? But his salary had never proved sufficient for his wants as a single man. The number and amount of his debts stared at him now as they never had before, and frightened him. He arose the next morning unrefreshed, and went about his duties like one in a dream. He still planned for tomorrow night, when he must start on his journey, but he began to shudder at the thought. Just when or how there crept into his heart a sense of pity for Mary Cameron and the life to which he was bringing her, he could not have told, but once evolved, he nursed it with care, until by night he had made himself into a monster for allowing her to sacrifice herself to such a poverty-stricken wretch as he. It was in one of those moods that he wrote the letter which you have read. Not that he intended to send it. He told himself that he should do nothing of the kind. It was too late. Still, he carefully addressed, sealed, and stamped the letter from force of habit, but he did not post it, nor leave orders to have it attended to. He went to the store the next morning as usual, and received the sallies and congratulations of his fellow clerks, and laughed with them over his last day of freedom, and was unusually attentive to his work, and much slower about leaving than usual, until at last somebody asked if he did not intend to take the 6:10 train. Wouldn't he be late? He looked at his watch then, and told himself that he was startled over the lateness of the hour. He left the store at once, and was surely not to blame because there was an accident and a blockade. Arrived at last at his room, he dashed hurriedly up the stairs, and consulted watch and timetable, only to find what he had feared, that the 6:10 was gone. There was not another train which would accommodate him until early morning. He could barely reach the city by noon. It would be an hour later before he could reach Durand Avenue. What a state of things! Then he took time to glance about his room. The chambermaid had done her duty, everything was in order. He crossed to the table and looked it over carefully. His letter was not there. He rang the bell furiously, and angrily questioned the bellboy, and sent for the chambermaid, and fiercely questioned her. She had seen the letter, yes indeed, and had gone herself and mailed it, stealing time from her work to get it into the first delivery. Hadn't Mr. Kennedy thanked her twice before for doing that same thing, when he had forgotten his letters? How was she to know that it was not to go, when it was sealed and stamped and everything? As soon as he could, Mr. Kennedy sat down and considered. He called himself the victim of circumstances. He said it was all a wretched piece of business. Probably tonight, certainly by the first delivery tomorrow morning, Mary would have that letter. What was the use of trying to follow it? How could he explain? She would never forgive him for writing it, even though he had never intended to send it. She would not believe him, would not marry him. The least he could do now was to keep away from her. He had a holiday before him, and could plan his future in it. He need not waste money by leaving town. New York was large enough to take a holiday in, and meet no acquaintances. Will you not understand, and have a grain of pity mingle with your contempt for this despicable victim of circumstances? For the 2 weeks following the shock which they had received, the Cameron family, especially the father, were kept mercifully anxious and fearful over the condition of the wife and mother. Long years of anxiety and care, during which Mrs. Cameron had lived more entirely for her husband and children than any of them realized until now, had called for their revenge at last. The peculiar fainting turns, which were more like spasms than faints, were the beginning of a desperate illness, and for 14 long days the battle between life and death raged fiercely. Even the boys put away all thought except that terrible one, that their mother might be going to die, and waited, taking their turns as watchers, and being invaluable in their help in other ways. And at last the day came when the doctor, in answer to their mute inquiries, said, "I am really hopeful this morning that the worst is past. Given the most persistent and faithful care, I think she will rally, but it will require time and patience. And meantime, boys, you must look after your father. I am afraid for him." He had left him but a moment before, in his own little room at the end of the hall, where he was weeping like a child. Day and night he had hung over his wife, the most pitiful remorse mingling with his love and fear. He had been so busy with the burdens of life, that he had not been to her what he had meant to be, and he had prepared for her worse burdens to bear in the future. Turn which way he would, his thoughts were as daggers stabbing him. Meantime they had had their blessings. Mr. Cameron's employers had been most kind. Mr. Clinton, the member of the firm who was supposed to have no heart, had called in person, and had assured Mr. Cameron that he was at liberty to stay with his wife until she was better. His place should be temporarily supplied, and his salary, of course, continued. Others had been kind. Friends who lived so far away that they had not been seen for months, and who they thought had dropped them, directly they heard of illness, rallied around them with offers of help and sympathy so free and hearty that they could not be ignored. As for their next-door neighbors, Emily voiced the feeling of the family when she declared that no brother and sister could have been more constant and self-forgetful in their helpfulness than Mr. Landis and his sister Dorothy. On the whole, perhaps nothing could have helped the Cameron family so successfully through the embarrassments of this period as had illness. Anxiety for the mother was so sharp and so long continued that it seemed natural and reasonable, when people called, to think only of her. Among themselves people talked and wondered. They supposed, they said, that some accident had detained the bridegroom. Probably he was ill himself. And now, of course, the wedding would be deferred until the mother was well, perhaps until fall. Very soon the incident dropped into the background. 2 weeks is too long a time for people in cities to be interested in the affairs of others. Those who knew about matters kept their own counsel, and those who only thought they did began to say, on inquiry, that they believed Mr. Kennedy was ill, and Mrs. Cameron being taken ill at the same time, they understood that the marriage was now to be deferred until fall. Somebody had said so, they did not remember who. The doctor's advice to Mr. Cameron's sons to look after their father was evidently needed. No sooner was the strain of hourly fear for his wife's life relieved than his face told what that strain had been. It was apparent that if he did not get rest, bodily and mental, soon, he must sink under it. Yet the severest strain of all he kept to himself, until one afternoon nearly a week after his wife began to mend. Mr. Landis had come to his little room to speak to him about an errand which had been done for him downtown, and was shocked with the haggard look on his face. "My dear sir," he began, "you certainly are not able to return to your desk to-morrow. I am sure the firm would have continued the substitute a week or 2 longer, and will yet. If you will allow me to interfere, I will see them personally. I am acquainted with Mr. Clinton." Mr. Cameron shook his head in earnest protest. Oh no, no indeed. He was quite well, and it was very important that he get to work as soon as possible. It was not work which was burdening him. There were reasons. Here Mr. Cameron came to a full stop, and, leaning his head on the table in front of him, let his whole frame shake with some overpowering emotion. "If there is any way in which I can help you," began Mr. Landis, his voice made tender by sympathy, "I cannot express how glad I should be to do so." "Nobody can help me," said the poor man, raising his bloodshot eyes and looking at his collar. "I am a miserable man. I have ruined my daughter's happiness for life." And then Mr. Landis was thoroughly alarmed. Surely this was a fancy of a distorted brain. He drew a chair beside the excited man, and tried to speak in low, soothing tones, without much regard to what he was saying, simply with the desire to quiet excitement. But Mr. Cameron interrupted him. He was not talking wildly, he explained. He knew exactly what he was saying, and had meant to say it. He had borne the burden alone as long as he could. He meant now to tell the whole story, and ask if there was anything which could yet be done. He began at the beginning of his troubles, when the boys first went to college. Up to that time, by dint of perpetual straining and contriving, he had managed to keep almost even with the world, but that added strain had been too much. He talked rapidly, shielding the boys, shielding everybody but himself, whom he spared nothing, even down to that terrible evening when he appropriated Mr. Kennedy's $200. But this time he used no smooth-sounding words. "I stole the money, and used it for my own needs," he said firmly. "I have called it by other names, but I won't any more. It was stealing. And now, sir, you see why that man did not keep faith with my daughter. He would not ally himself with one of my dishonored name. I have ruined not only myself, but my family, and especially Mary." It was an inexpressibly painful interview. In vain did Mr. Landis try to set before him the folly of a man deserting the woman he had chosen because her father had done wrong. He might as well not have spoken. The father had gotten where he could see only his own sin. All other wrongdoing was as nothing beside that. Still, by the time the talk was over, Mr. Landis felt that something had been accomplished. He had succeeded in convincing the almost insane man that his first step must be to get the $200 into Mr. Welborn's hands without further delay. It was at least possible that Mr. Kennedy did not yet know it had failed to reach his debtor, in which case matters might be so arranged that the story need go no farther. He had a couple of $100 which he could spare as well as not, and there need not be haste about returning it. He was going past Mr. Welborn's office that afternoon, and if Mr. Cameron would empower him, he would leave the money, make all necessary explanations, and secure the proper receipt. On the whole, the poor man was, almost in spite of himself, comforted. It was something to have told the whole painful story plainly. It was a great deal to have been met as the listener had met the tale. If he had only known what a friend this man could and would be, how much might have been saved! Not once, in all his struggle for help, had he thought of the poor professor next door. How good he had been! He had not spoken a reproachful word. Neither had he tried to glaze over the sin which had been committed. In the state of mind he then was, Mr. Cameron felt that he could not have borne that. As it was, he watched Mr. Landis move rapidly down the walk toward a coming car, realized the errand on which he was going, and felt that whatever came now he had a friend, one who understood the whole. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Soul Searching. Several hours later, Mr. Landis, disappointed in his search for Mr. John Welborn's son, who proved to be the one with whom business must be transacted, was trying to determine just how to pass the time until he might call at the Welborn office again. He felt almost as excited as Mr. Cameron, but from a different cause. He had no idea that the man whom he still called a consummate villain had broken his solemn troth because his prospective father-in-law had been guilty of a dishonorable and dishonest act. He had more fear that, directly the truth should become known, the man would take steps to publicly disgrace the family still further. Why not? A man who could do as he had done was capable of anything. He had chafed under the announcement that Mr. John Welborn was out of town, and had caught at the suggestion that all business could be transacted through his son, and had raged inwardly when the son was not to be found in his office nor his home, and none knew his whereabouts. In his excitement, it seemed as though another hour's delay might be dangerous. At the street corner he came face to face with Mary Cameron. It was the first time she had been downtown since her mother's illness, but today some fancy of the mother's, which only she could satisfy, had sent her out. She was looking pale and worn, and Mr. Landis felt shocked to observe the ravages which a few weeks of trouble had made. They showed so plainly now that he saw her again in street dress. "Miss Cameron," he said, instinctively reaching out his hand as though she needed support, "how very weary you look. Have you been walking far?" "Not very far," she explained. but she had overestimated her strength. It was so long since she had done any walking. Moreover, she had not felt like taking lunch before she left home, and had been detained longer than she had expected, and was somewhat faint, she supposed. He was all solicitude. She ought not to go so long without food. In her agitated state it was really dangerous. He had just been considering the wisdom of lunching downtown, while he waited to do an errand later, and they were very near Schuyler's. She must come in with him and have something to strengthen her. It was after lunching hours, and Schuyler's was comparatively deserted. A waiter motioned them to a table near which sat two gentlemen, one of whom Mr. Landis recognized, as he glanced back after being seated, as the younger Welburn, whom he knew only by sight. He resolved to send him his card with a request for a business interview as soon as possible, then gave his undivided attention to caring for Miss Cameron's needs. She was very pale, and the hand which raised the cup of chocolate to her lips trembled. Although she had met this man many times a day during the past weeks, she had never been for a moment alone with him since that morning when she had summoned him to read her letter and tell them what to do. It was not possible that either of them could help thinking of that morning, though Mr. Landis showed no sign, and talked the kindest of commonplaces, not obliging her to talk at all. Suddenly the attention of both was arrested by the gentleman behind them. "We've got a curious case on hand now," Mr. Welburn was saying. "A neat little scandal in quiet circles where scandal seldom touches. That precious scapegrace of a Kennedy, from New York, you know, has owed my father a couple of $100 for some time, and promised as many times as there are days in the month to pay it without fail on such a date. Now he writes that he gave it to a Mr. Cameron, father of the girl he was supposed to be going to marry, 6 weeks or more ago, has the date down, you know, and declares that all the Cameron family are witnesses, it having been handed the father at the dining table for that purpose. Of course, the money has never reached my father, and it is not likely that it was ever sent to him, but it will work up into a pretty little case, you see. Probably Mr. Cameron will deny ever having heard of such a thing, and there will have to be a suit brought, and no end of interesting particulars will come to light. And the fellow himself will have to be unearthed as a witness. Do you suppose he thinks of that?" If Mary Cameron's face was pale before this flow of words began, how shall it be described now? At the first mention of her father's name, the blood had rolled in waves to her very forehead, and then receded, leaving her wax-like in her pallor. She looked at Mr. Landis with wide, frightened eyes, that had in them an appeal hard to resist. He took his resolution on the instant. Pushing back his chair, regardless of Mary's hand which had suddenly been reached out as if to detain him, he turned to Mr. Welburn and said, as he laid down his card, "I beg your pardon, sir, that is my name and address, but since it has been impossible not to hear your words, you will pardon me for attending to business matters out of business hours. You are mistaken in some of your conclusions. Mr. Cameron did receive the $200 of Mr. Kennedy, and your father would doubtless have received the same that evening had he been in town. But you may not be aware that since that time there has come very serious illness to the Cameron home, and all minor matters have been held in abeyance. I was, however, commissioned by Mr. Cameron this afternoon to bring you the $200, and called at your office for the purpose at the hour when you advertise that you will be in, but not finding you, I was obliged to postpone my errand, and have been unwittingly a listener to your little scandal. Here is the money, sir. You will oblige me by writing a receipt in full, which I can have forwarded to the proper person." Just how they got through with that lunch, which had suddenly become formidable, and got themselves away from Schuyler's, neither Mr. Landis nor Mary Cameron could have explained afterwards. They knew it was a relief to both, when they found themselves on the street again. "You are too weary for streetcar riding tonight," said Mr. Landis. "I am going to call a carriage." And having placed her in one, he took a seat opposite, bidding her lean back and rest, and be as quiet as she pleased. Presently she dropped the hand which had shielded her face, and spoke earnestly. "Mr. Landis, it is strange how you seem to be of necessity mixed up with all our pain and anger. You were so thoughtful for Emily and for me, and now this. I cannot think how my father could have forgotten the money. But how terrible it was to be thought—" "Do not think about it," he interrupted hurriedly. "There is no need. Your father explained the matter to me. I understand it perfectly." "You understand everything," she said quickly. "And you are the one who comes to the rescue. I have never thanked you for helping me in my—rescue." She seemed to hesitate for the right word, and then to deliberately choose that one. Her companion noted it all carefully. "There is no need," he said again, more earnestly than before. "I shall not even attempt to tell you how glad I am to serve any of you." Then he asked her to look out at the sunset, and said they would have another beautiful day, he thought, tomorrow. And, had she noticed how rapidly her mother was beginning now to improve? He could see changes every day. In this way he held her steadily to safe, pleasant commonplaces until they were at home. "A carriage!" said Emily, with wide-opening eyes and a gleam of her old spirit, which had been wonderfully subdued of late. "That man is really getting extravagant." It proved to be an eventful day. In the Cameron parlor that evening a scene was enacted which had to do with vital interests. The caller was Mr. Edson, and the only one at leisure to receive him was Rachel Cameron. This had been quite as it should be in the minister's estimation. It was by no means the first time that he had so planned his visits or his walks that Rachel was of necessity his sole companion. On this evening, however, matters were certainly not going to his mind. He stood leaning against the mantel in the attitude of one who had received a shock and felt the need, for a moment at least, of some outward support, and on his face was a look not only of pain but bewilderment, while Rachel sat apart, deep distress apparent in face and manner. The actual fact was that this man had just asked this woman to be his wife, and she had quietly but positively declined. He was bewildered. In all his imaginings such a thought had not occurred. He had been from the first of his acquaintance with her entirely sure of the degree of interest which he felt, and he had thought that she understood. Perhaps his distress was not greater than Rachel's. She could not help asking herself whether in her anxiety to show him that she received no such impression from his kindly attentions as Emily absurdly hinted at, she had been careless and so misled him. But it was nothing of that kind which had misled him. He had settled it almost from his first acquaintance that this young woman was the one designed by Providence for him, and the only one he wanted. It is true, he had thought of others. It had crossed his mind, for instance, that the wealthy Miss Manning was not averse to his society, and that probably, but it had only been to smile over the folly of a man choosing her, when he knew Rachel Cameron. He spoke at last in a low, constrained tone. "I do not suppose I have any right to ask, and yet I some way think you will allow it. Is there someone else?" "No," said Rachel quickly. "It is nothing of that kind, Mr. Edson, and I wish I could make you understand how much I have esteemed your friendship and have been grateful for your kindness." He made a deprecatory gesture with his hand. "Oh, don't, please. I beg your pardon, but how can a man bear that? I do not understand it. If you have enjoyed my society, and you admit that, and there is no other person, why then, I know I have been precipitate, have sprung this upon you at a time when you were just rallying from a severe nervous strain. I ought to have known better, and did. When I came here this evening, I had not the remotest intention of saying what I have. Not yet. If you can forget my words, and let me go back to where we were at the beginning of this interview, I will not take advantage of you again. I will give you ample time. I will wait as long as you may desire." She tried to interrupt the eager flow of words. "Indeed, Mr. Edson, you do not understand. It is not that. I do not need time. I mean, that time would not change my decision. It is not right that this thing should be, and therefore it must not be." "Miss Rachel, you have not said once this evening that you did not care for me." The ready blood mounted to her very temples at the words, and he was quick to see and take advantage of her evident embarrassment. "I cannot but feel that I have a right to know more plainly than you have told me, why my cherished hopes must be dashed from me. Why is it not right?" "Because," said Rachel, her face paling again, "it is—oh, I wish you would not ask me. We are not alike in our views and plans. We could not work together as people should. We would not help each other in the best and highest ways." The look of bewilderment deepened on Mr. Edson's face. "I am farther from understanding than ever," he said. "I have thought that our fitness for each other must be marked even to outsiders. Your deepest interests seem to me to lie among those things to which I have given my life, and I believe that we should help each other to a degree that is very unusual. Will you not explain to me by what line of thought you have arrived at so strange a conclusion?" She looked at him almost pitifully. "You force me, Mr. Edson, to say that which I have no right to say." "On the contrary, you have every right. Not only that, but I think I am justified in almost demanding it. This is very serious business to me, Miss Rachel." He left the mantel and drew a chair, not near her, but in front of her, where he could study every line of her changeful face, and waited. He had to wait for some minutes. It was evidently hard for Rachel to speak. "I do not know that I can make myself understood," she began at last, "but you oblige me to try. I have not denied that I am interested in you. I do not wish to deny it. But with us it should be the interest of friends, no more. I did not think it was more with you. We are not alike, Mr. Edson. We think and feel differently on the most important of all subjects. You have ambitions. You are a servant of Christ, but you are one who seeks distinction. You are scholarly and eloquent, and you know it, and pride yourself on it. You mean to fill high places in the church some day. You like, and you mean to cultivate, the wealthy and the cultured rather than the poor and the forgotten. In short, you seem to me to put Christ on a level with other interests, and to choose, sometimes, between them. If we tried to be very intimate friends, we should trammel each other. I want first and always to do Christ's work in the world, the work he did while he was on earth, the work I believe he would do if he were here again, and it is different in many ways from that which you mean to do. I should irritate you in 100 ways, and do, every day of my life, things which would hinder your progress on the road you mean to travel, and you in turn would hinder me, come between me and my conscience perhaps, and I am afraid. Oh, Mr. Edson, I can never explain it. Why will you make me say things that sound cruel and hateful?" He looked at her every moment with keen, piercing eyes. When she stopped, he suddenly leaned forward and buried his face in his hands, speaking no word, making no sound. He sat thus for what seemed to Rachel Cameron hours of misery, though in reality it was but a few minutes. At last he arose. "Thank you," he said. Do not feel badly about what you have told me. You could not help it. I forced you to it. Be sure I shall not forget it. Good-bye." He let himself quietly out at the front door, and Rachel sat still in her chair. It was thus that Emily found her an hour afterwards. "Alone?" she asked in surprise, as she pushed open the door. "Betsy thought Mr. Edson was here. Why, you have been crying." She studied her face for a moment, then stooped and kissed it. "Don't you go to crying and being unhappy over anything, Rachel Cameron," she said earnestly, "or I really believe, I shall run away. What a dreadful family we are getting to be." Who shall undertake to describe the tumult of pain and shame in which the young minister went homeward? It seemed to him that he had been struck blow after blow that reached his very soul. He made all speed toward his study, and closed and locked the door. The gas was burning low, and he left it low. Darkness fitted his present mood. He began to walk up and down the room, almost clenching his hands in his efforts at self-control. What had she said to him, that one who was so dear, so dear? That he would trammel her in her work for Christ, hinder her from being such a follower as she ought to be and wanted to be. That he put other things first and Christ second. Was not that the meaning of it all? That his ambition and his scholarship and his love of culture had come between him and his master. Was it true? Oh, was it true? I call you to witness that here was a true soul, misshapen, dwarfed, almost smothered at times under pride of intellect and the triumphs of success. Yet the thought which stung most, probed deepest, even at this moment, was that one, that it might, in a degree, be true. Though he should live beyond even his 80 years, Mr. Edson will never forget that night. Until past midnight he continued the soul-searching which Rachel Cameron's words had begun. Sometimes walking up and down his room, sometimes sitting quite still with face shaded by his hand. It was such a different evening from that which he had expected to spend. It was such an experience as he had hardly known was possible for a soul. Just as the clock in his own church tower struck one solemn stroke, Pastor Edson gathered himself up and dropped upon his knees. What passed between that soul and his Maker during the next hours, only they two will ever fully understand. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28 Reconstruction. Not many days after Mrs. Cameron had so far recovered as to be able to join the family at meals, there was a family council in the Cameron dining room. Aunt Eunice was for a time the chief speaker. "The girls and I have talked it over, and looked it over on every side, and we are all agreed that it is the best thing that can be done. That is, if you will go into it like folks, and not grumble, nor sigh, nor anything." This was her concluding sentence, after a careful explanation which had followed a very bombshell of an announcement. The proposition, which had almost taken Mrs. Cameron's breath away, was simply that the Cameron home should resolve itself into a boarding house on a reasonable scale, with Aunt Eunice as housekeeper, and each daughter in charge of a distinct department. Many and earnest had been the conferences held before the subject was brought to the notice of the heads of the house, so each daughter knew what she was saying and stood ready to aid and abet the chief schemer, Aunt Eunice. She had a way of getting directly to the point, and had made her statement short. It was not difficult to prove 2 facts. First, that something must be done to clear them of the debt, and secondly, that Mrs. Cameron was not, and would not, for a long time, be able to resume her duties as housekeeper. Aunt Eunice reminded them that she had been a housekeeper for 30 years, and served a careful apprenticeship at making ends meet when there wasn't much besides odds and ends to do it with. She declared that she knew how to make good bread, which was more than could be said of Betsy. She refrained, from motives of kindness, from making her statement any broader than that, and she affirmed that having first-rate bread always on hand was pretty near half the battle. She reminded them that the lodging house around the corner was said to be always filled with a very nice class of people, all of whom were thrown out of routine by the closing of a boarding house on the next square where they had taken their meals. It was entirely probable that as many of these as were wanted could be secured at once. She affirmed that Betsy was as good a girl as she cared to have for the heavy work, that she was capable of doing as she was told, and that was 2/3 of it, and that she herself could cook, they would find, if they chose to try her, as well as the next one, and that, with the help of the girls, each in charge of a department, Betsy would be all the hired help they would need. That made the plan as plain as daylight. They had to eat 3 times a day now, and had to have a fire in the range all day, and go through just about so much work. It was only buying and cooking a little more of everything, and making a comfortable place for people to eat in return for which they would pay enough to support the table, and there would be no more house rent, nor fuel, nor hired help than before. And when those 3 things were counted out, every housekeeper knew that the 3 great leaks in keeping boarders were stopped. Mary came to the front as soon as her aunt stopped for breath, and announced that she was entirely willing to try the experiment. More than that, she was anxious. They all were. Aunt Eunice had suggested their several lines of work, and they were things which they could do. "Yes," said Lucia with energy, "and therein lies a great advantage. I've been daubing at pictures all my life, and one little scrap that Dorothy Landis dashed off for me in a half-hour's time showed me that I had been struggling at something I couldn't do, and wasn't intended to do probably. Now I can sweep and dust and arrange rooms and keep things in order, and it will be a real relief to know that it is my business to do it." Mrs. Cameron looked timidly toward Rachel, this newcomer of whom she was yet almost afraid. She had lived a life of luxury with her Aunt Catherine. What must she think of this descent into the commonest of prose? Aunt Eunice saw the glance and understood the meaning. "You needn't look at Rachel," she said briskly. "She is at the bottom of the whole thing, planned it out and arranged what each one should do, and she is tingling with energy to her fingers' ends. She told me not to say anything about her, but I didn't promise to mind. All I said to start her was that I was sick and tired of sitting around doing nothing, that I had been used to working all my life, and that if I had the means to rent a house and get started, I'd go to keeping boarders, that I had done it before and could again." There was opposition, of course, chiefly on the part of Mr. Cameron and the boys. The father, it is true, admitted that any scheme which would give his wife a year of rest was worthy of consideration. He had made a failure at supporting the family himself, and perhaps— here he stopped, unable to continue, and the boys took up the word vigorously. They did not believe in setting the girls at work to which they had never been accustomed. They had a different plan. Let them both give up all idea of college and get situations at once somewhere and help take care of the family as they had always meant to do just as soon as they could. "And throw away 3 years of work," said Aunt Eunice with a toss of her head. "That would be economy with a vengeance. You don't do it if my advice has any weight. I've seen one man upset all his life because he couldn't get the education he ought to have had and had to do things that he wasn't fitted for, and I don't want to see any more. You go back to your last year and work hard at it, and then support as many families afterwards as you please. That's my notion." She looked resolutely away from her brother as she spoke, and not a child of the 6 who listened knew that it was their father who had been disappointed in his education. But the wife of his youth knew, and sighed. She could not have the boys sacrificed. Even a boarding house would be better than that. She could not help, however, one faint protest in the form of a reminder. "I don't know what our acquaintances will say." This brought Mary to the front again. "I don't think I care," she said with cheeks aglow. "All our lives we've been trying to do what we couldn't, keep up appearances with acquaintances and so-called friends who were much better off than ourselves, and who thought by the way we acted that we were their equals in wealth. I am tired of it. Anything honorable I am not only willing, but shall be glad, to do to help father. He has had too heavy a burden to carry, and we girls are largely to blame for it." This was generous. The boys said nothing, but they knew they were the greater sinners. Such resolves as they each made that hour are certainly worthy of being carried out. As for the father, every word of tenderness, and especially every word about honor, were stabs. He could not get away from the thought that he had dishonored the Cameron name. What if his children knew all? It may seem strange to have relief come to a debt-burdened family through the medium of a boarding house, that weak resort of inefficient, worn-out, and discouraged females the world over. Let it be remembered that those adjectives explain in great measure the reason for the failures, but none of them could be applied to Aunt Eunice. Inefficient she had never been, and so far from discouraged was she, that she sprang to the work as a horse goes to battle. Before the summer was over, it had become entirely certain that she knew how to keep house. The heretofore much blundering Betsy, who had been frightened almost to the extent of giving warning when she heard of the new order of things, discovered that Aunt Eunice could not only be alert and vigilant, but she could be patient with honest effort, and she knew how to teach the best and quickest ways of doing things. In less than 3 weeks after the new regime was inaugurated, Betsy's face was wreathed in smiles over it. To Mrs. Cameron, as soon as she was able to do it, was delegated the duty of buying the supplies. "It will give her the daily outing she needs," explained Aunt Eunice, "and she knows how to choose good things. We want the best of what we do have, and plenty of it. If there is one mean thing in this world that is meaner than another, it is starving folks who are paying a decent price for their board." So it came to pass that Mrs. Cameron went every morning on a pilgrimage through the great downtown market, stopping here and there to enjoy choice blooms or rare displays, and selecting with care and skill such articles as were on her prepared list. Some lessons she also was learning. Aunt Eunice had said that she was a good buyer, and so she was, after being told what to buy. But she had never been trained in certain lines of economy, and in the old days had been in the habit of buying spring chickens, for instance, when she saw some that she wanted, without giving so much as a thought to the fact that spring chickens were as yet fabulous in price, and the illustration will apply to many other eatables, and to all seasons. Aunt Eunice carefully guarded against such mistakes. "Not yet a while," she would say grimly, in response to some delicate suggestion. "We'll give them good, honest food and plenty of it, but we can't afford to feed 'em on gold dust." Mrs. Cameron took the hint. She had sometimes fed her family on gold dust unawares. But the boarders in this reconstructed house thought that they were being fed, if not on gold dust, certainly on something far better. Such a change was it from the boarding house around the corner, which had closed its doors because it could not make a living. They were for the most part quiet, busy young men, students, teachers, lawyers, just beginning life, and obliged to seek economical quarters. It is safe to say that never had they been so carefully, even daintily, served. Rachel had charge of the dining room, and saw no reason why everything should not be as carefully arranged as though they were expecting guests. Even the flowers were not forgotten, but daily adorned the tables. "They like them, too," Emily announced. "That shy little clerk from the drugstore fairly devours them with his eyes, and I caught him in the act of slipping a sweet pea into his buttonhole the other day. He said his mother was fond of them. I think we keep a very aesthetic boarding house anyway." Meantime, some other things were very quietly happening, so quietly that only those immediately concerned knew about them, yet they had to do with interests that reached into eternity. The story of some of them the Cameron boys could have told. With them it began through Dorothy Landis, before she went home for the summer vacation. Both Rod and Mac admired her exceedingly, and during their mother's illness were so constantly coming in contact with her that they felt after a little like old friends. As soon as anxiety with regard to their mother was relieved, they began to contrive ways and means for seeing more of their next neighbor. They planned gay little trips which she and Emily were to enjoy together under their escort, which trips she always spoiled by decidedly, though most courteously, declining the invitations. When this had occurred several times, and under such circumstances that it hinted at design, McLeod, who was by nature outspoken, boldly accused Dorothy of not intending to accept their courtesies, and demanded the reason. Was he sure he wanted to know? She asked, with some hesitancy. But when he said, "Why, of course," she proceeded, without further urging, to amaze him. It was true that she had declined his and his brother's invitations from design. She was sorry to appear rude, but she had resolved long ago, taken a mental pledge to that effect, indeed, that she would not ride or walk or visit more than was necessary with young men who used liquor ever so mildly as a beverage, or tobacco in any form. What the world needed today, she believed, more than any other thing, was young people of principle and moral force enough to stand up squarely, even fanatically, if he chose to put it so, for the unpopular side of these great evils, and so far as she was concerned, she would throw every shred of influence which she might possess on that side. She did not care to argue the question, not now at least, when he tried somewhat excitedly to draw her into argument. She was very far from desiring to force others to adopt her views, when he hinted that such was the case. She only reserved the right to choose her friends among those who stood for the principles which she believed were vital. Something of this sort, McLeod surmised, had been said also to his brother. They were both angry, very angry, and from that time until Miss Dorothy went home, were severely polite to her from a haughty distance. Nevertheless, the thoughts she had aroused rankled. She was the most cultured and graceful and charming young lady that they had ever met. Was it possible that she represented others of her grade in society, people who were less outspoken, but who nevertheless were half ashamed of the young men of their time? They wanted nobody to be ashamed of them. They both intended to be leaders, and they began to consider more carefully than ever before in what lines they intended to lead, and what people it would be safe to have follow them. About this time, too, came up another interest which had much to do toward shaping their awakened thought. The Smith Street Church was having an unusual experience. People, talking about it, said they did not know as they had ever before heard of a revival in midsummer, especially in a city. But they certainly were having wonderful meetings at that church. And, dear Mr. Edson, was working himself to a shadow. How could he expect to endure it? Poor man! Meetings every evening, and he was here and there and everywhere all day. What a remarkable young man he was! Had they heard how the interest began? The speaker said it was told to her in strict confidence by one who knew, that "one evening, away back in July, Mr. Edson had called the officers of his church together in his study, and told them that he felt himself to be such a sinner he wanted them to pray for him. He hadn't done his duty in the church or out of it. He had been ambitious and cold, and oh, she didn't know what all. Just think, the dear man! When he had been almost a saint always, she had heard. The church people were amazed and distressed and didn't know what to say or do. But they had met with him in his study, night after night, and prayed as he wanted them to, and, well, that was the beginning of the meetings, and really they were wonderful." The Cameron family would have agreed with this decision. They were very regular in attendance even during some sweltering August nights. Mrs. Cameron voiced the feeling of all concerned when she said she did not know as it was any warmer there than it was at home, and when, on a breathless August night, she actually heard the voice of her boy, Mac, praying, then indeed she would have gone if the temperature had been among the hundreds instead of well up into the 90s. Yes, McLeod Cameron had done that thing which he had never supposed he would do, risen for prayer in a crowded downtown church surrounded by a great many common people, and afterwards prayed for himself with audible voice, pledging himself from that time forth to take the Lord Jesus Christ as his guide. Ben Reeder's face was scarcely less radiant than was Mary Cameron's that night. It ought to be said in passing that she had, some weeks before, settled the question which had been pressing its claims upon her for so long. Before the revival commenced, as soon indeed as her mother's health would permit her attendance at church, Mary had explained to father and mother that she was going to unite with Mr. Edson's church on the following Sabbath, if they had no objection. She preferred that to the uptown church. It was much nearer home, and she wanted to work in the Sunday school. Besides, some of the boarders whom she would like to influence were more inclined to go there than elsewhere. Father and mother had no objection to offer. The father said he was glad. It was what he used to hope for. And the mother kissed her and wondered if Mr. Kennedy's desertion had anything to do with the strange, sweet change in Mary, and whether Professor Landis, before he went away, had urged her to take this step. None of them knew how Ben Reeder fell on his knees that Sabbath day and actually cried for joy because his prayer was answered, and then chose McLeod Cameron as the next one for whom he would never leave off praying until he belonged. Oh, there were wonderful things taking place in the Smith Street Church. That young man, Ben Reeder, is worthy of a chapter by himself, if there were but room for it. There are so many young men who might be like him and are not. Having only a very ordinary education, almost without that mysterious force which we call culture, he was yet learning to have such an influence over certain whom he called the boys, that there were mothers and sisters and Sunday school teachers who were beginning to plan ways and means of bringing Will and Charlie and Fred into frequent contact with Ben Reeder, and not for Ben's sake. It was being discovered that the boys who associated much with him came home with new ideas about certain matters, with new subjects for thought, occasionally even with new plans and intentions. Nor does that sentence about culture do him justice. It would not have been named that just yet, but it was a fact that Ben was growing cultured. He was associating much with an absolutely perfect gentleman, even one, Jesus Christ. He was trying daily to shape his actions, his words, even his thoughts, in line with that one whom he so admired, and the law of our being held good here as elsewhere. He began to grow slowly indeed, but steadily, like the object on which his thoughts and hopes were centered. And people began to feel the charm, as they always do, even though they might not always be well enough acquainted with the original to recognize the likeness. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. The Next Scene. Not Eunice herself was more constant in attendance at the meetings than was Rachel Cameron, and her influence, especially among the young girls, was kindred to Ben Reeder's over the boys. Much that she did was recognized and felt, and there may have been much accomplished through her influence, which received no human recognition. During those days only her Father in heaven knew of the time which she spent on her knees, praying for the pastor of the Smith Street Church. It was one evening early in September that Mr. Cameron walked away from the church service in company with the pastor, to whom he was talking earnestly. When they reached his study, Mr. Cameron followed him in, leaving his wife to go on with the others. The moment the door was closed, the gray-haired man began telling to the young minister the terrible and pitiful story of his moral downfall. He told it fully, with almost painful exactness and detail. It is true, everything had now been righted so far as was in his power. He explained that the only persons he owed were Professor Landis, who had insisted on lending his hard-earned savings and taking Mr. Cameron's unendorsed note for the same, and his sister Eunice, who had lent the only $50 she had in the world to help the boys in some college expense. He was careful to add that the boys did not know anything of this. It happened last winter, soon after she came to live with them, and he had never been able to pay her. He had much also to say about the unparalleled kindness of Mr. Landis, who had fairly forced upon him a loan sufficient to meet all his debts, and had probably trammeled himself in so doing. "He shall be paid," said the poor man huskily. "I feel that every farthing of it will be paid. We have fallen upon better days lately, thanks to the sacrifices and the wisdom of my family, and I am sure we can do it. But the question which haunts me is, have I any right to go on in this way, posing as an honorable man, when I have so terribly fallen? You urge me to take my place in the church as I used to be, and take up again my outward duties. But ought I not first to make a full confession of just what I have done? There was a time when I felt I could not do this and live. I am a Cameron, son of an honored father and grandfather. The name has always been above reproach, and it seemed as if it would kill me. But even if it should, I believe I am ready now to do it. If I know my own heart, I want, at last, to do only what is right, without regard to myself at all. Still, there are other people to be considered. I have prayed over this thing a great deal, but my brain is in such a whirl that I cannot be sure for any length of time what duty is, and I determined to tell you the whole and be guided by your advice. You seem to me to live very near to God. I think he will tell you what to say." Mr. Edson's young, handsome face was eloquent in its sympathy. He spoke quickly and with assurance, grasping his caller's hand as he did so. "God bless you, brother. I have been praying all the while you were talking. I am sure his word to you is, keep silence. You will wrong no man or woman by doing so, and by speaking you will bring needless pain to many. It is a matter which you have a right to settle with the one who knows the secrets of all hearts. I am sure Brother Landis would agree with me if he were here to counsel with us. Come into the work, brother, with all your soul, and leave the forgiven past with God. We all make mistakes, Some of us graver ones than you have." All things considered, before the winter fairly set in, perhaps the Camerons might be looked upon as a reconstructed family. To outsiders, indeed, the only marked change was the presence of boarders. Of course there were comments concerning these. "The Camerons have gone down in the world since they lived at Clark Place, haven't they? I hear they are keeping boarders. And the oldest daughter has been deserted, it is said. You knew about that affair last spring, didn't you? For a time they gave out that an accident or something of the sort had disabled the man, and that the marriage would be postponed until fall. But there really wasn't any truth in it. Nellie Anderson knows him, and she says he is flourishing around New York as usual, going with all the stylish ladies who will allow it. He is getting rather fast for some of them. It is very sad, isn't it?" The sentence is mixed, but the ladies seemed to understand themselves. Certainly they understood little about the matters of which they were talking. In point of fact, despite the boarders, every Cameron in the list believed that they had come up in the world. As for the statement about the accident and postponement of marriage, of course this was made out of the surmises of those who did not know the facts and had nothing to do with the family. Those who were intimate saw other changes. For instance, the old-time family worship had been resumed, and remarkable indeed must be the circumstances which would cause them to omit it for a single morning. Sunday, too, had become a different day. There was no late sleeping any more, for both Mary and Rachel were teachers in the 9 o'clock Sunday school, and the other members of the household went to church as regularly as the bell rang. Even the boarders, several of them at least, dropped into the habit of lingering after supper and walking to church with the family. To some it seemed homelike to do so, and others thought that the Camerons were such church-going people it was only respectable to fall in with their ways occasionally. These belonged to the class who had known them only since they became their boarders. When the university opened, in October, and Professor Landis returned, he astonished the family by applying for board. His sister Dorothy had decided to remain at home during the winter, and he meant to sublet his house if his next-door neighbors would receive him as a boarder. Every member of the household was glad. No one more so, perhaps, than the mother. This man's unobtrusive yet persistent thoughtfulness of her during the long period of her convalescence had made a place for him in her heart. "He seems almost like a son," she told herself, half mournfully. "Mac and Rod could not be more thoughtful of my comfort." In point of fact, he thought of 100 little things that Mac and Rod had never trained themselves to notice. Sometimes Mrs. Cameron found herself looking regretfully at Mary when her thoughts were on this man who was like a son. If only Mary had been interested in him instead of in that man who had wrecked her life! But it was too late now. Nothing was more evident than that they had no such idea. They were like brother and sister together. The boys had gone back to college, and as the year waned, there came only good reports of them. They stood higher than ever in their classes, were almost sure of taking at least one of the choice prizes at the close, and had kept their expenditures well inside the limit which their father had mentioned. And keeping boarders paid! Mrs. Cameron was meekly astonished over this, but it was undeniable. "It is a great mystery," she said one day, looking upon Aunt Eunice with respect and admiration as she turned from the account book kept by Rachel's careful hand and announced that they were $31 ahead this month. "It is a great mystery. I don't know how you do it. I have known so many who attempted to get out of straits in that way, or to support themselves, and made only disastrous failures. I always shuddered over the thought of attempting such a thing." "There is no mystery about it," said Aunt Eunice in grim satisfaction. We don't have to count out house rent, nor coal, nor gas, nor help. And we have 4 young women who know how to handle their end of the ropes, and do it with a will. To say nothing of a first-class buyer always watching the market." "Let us say everything we can about a faithful, efficient, responsible head who knows how to manage us all," returned Mrs. Cameron, half laughing, but wholly in earnest. She had come to look upon Aunt Eunice as the wizard who had helped in no small degree to give her back the husband of her early years, with his firm step and quiet face, and his days commenced and closed with prayer. "That is the secret, after all. As for the buying, I thoroughly enjoy it, now that I have a well-filled pocketbook, and am sure that no horrid bill which I cannot pay will be thrust in my face. The fact is, Eunice, you know how to do it, and I never did." "Well," said Aunt Eunice, "I won't deny but that I think there is a knack in keeping house, and I believe I do know how. And you've got more than one daughter, let me tell you, who will know how too. I must say I never saw Lucia's equal in the way of puddings and cakes and things. She fairly seems to bewitch them." "You see, I've discovered something that I can do," said Lucia, looking up with a laugh from the dish of white foam which she was at that moment skillfully manipulating. "I wonder if everybody has something, little or big, in which they could excel. I wish mine had been painting. Perhaps it might have been if I had had the opportunity. But since I hadn't, I'm glad I can make cake. Do you remember when you criticized my cows, Aunt Eunice?" "Your time may come for daubing yet," said Aunt Eunice composedly. "You are not so very old." The busy, quiet winter hasted away. The boys came home for Christmas, and pointed the contrast between that and the last year's holidays. Mr. Cameron, at the close of the first quarter's "trust," put a sum of money into Mr. Landis's hands larger than he had even hoped might be possible, and seemed to take on fresh strength and courage from that hour. At this rate he would soon be out of debt, and once out, it should go hard with him if he ever got in again. "If ever I should get behind," he said to his wife, speaking with what seemed unnecessary energy, "I'll sell my watch and books and pictures, even my very clothes. I won't get into debt." "It seems almost strange to me," said his wife serenely, "that you have such a horror of debt. You have never had any very disagreeable experiences of that kind. To borrow of Mr. Landis seems almost like borrowing of our own boys. But I suppose it is in the Cameron blood. Eunice feels very much the same, and I am sure it is a good trait to have. I don't think there is danger of our running behind again." Mr. Cameron drew his breath in hard, and looked at his wife in a way that, if she had been observing him, she would have thought peculiar. He had had no very disagreeable experiences connected with debt. Then who had? Sometimes he felt like a hypocrite, felt as though he must tell her the whole terrible story. But she had never been quite well since that serious illness, and the doctor had assured him that he must be careful that she had no anxieties and no shocks. There were no shocks of any kind in these days. Emily's one sharp lesson of a dangerous world seemed to have been sufficient. That, and the strange experiences which followed, especially the shadow of separation from her mother, had toned her down. There were constant gleams of the old Emily, but they were followed by such airs of quiet dignity that Mr. Cameron, looking wonderingly at her one evening, said to his wife in a tone of utmost surprise, "That child is growing up." The unusual calm which had come to them as a family was occasionally the subject of conversation among the girls. "I positively dread what is to come after this lull," said Lucia one morning, when she and Mary were in the dining room, putting finishing touches to the dainty breakfast table. This spring-like morning makes one think of it. What a whirl we were in last spring at this time, and what a whirl we had been in all winter for that matter. What change do you suppose will come? We don't seem to be made for long stretches of quiet. Don't you rather dread the next scene? We haven't moved in a long time, for us. I suppose it won't be that, though I did hear that this house was to be sold. If there ever was any safety in predicting anything, I should say that Rachel would make the first break. She and Mr. Edson seem exactly suited to each other, I think. But nothing that any member of this family plans ever comes to pass. It is the unexpected that happens. Mary, don't you wish we had some spring violets for this table? Perhaps we might venture to get some, now that Aunt Eunice is resolved upon dividing the surplus of each month between us girls. Dear old soul! Doesn't it seem strange that she should have been such a trial to us at first? Aunt Eunice is very much changed, said Mary gravely. Dear me, said Lucia, that of course. So are we all. I don't think, next to Aunt Eunice herself, that I ever saw a greater change in anybody than there has been in you. But I wish we had some violets. Horrid little things! I wonder I care for them. They were the very last flowers I tried to paint, and they stood up, every one of them, as though they were wired. I mean to ask Mr. Landis to bring some up tonight from that florist's on Park Avenue. They always have the nicest ones there, and he passes the door. She ran after him from the breakfast table to give him this commission. Mary had already asked him to return a book for her at the library, and to bring that one of which he was speaking the other day. She came with the book, while Lucia was explaining about the violets. We trouble you with our errands, little and big, exactly as though you were our brother, said Lucia. Half the time we forget, I believe, that you are not. He smiled gravely on her. Forget it altogether, he said. I miss Dorothy very much, and would like to be adopted. It was in the afternoon of that same day, as he was going for his violets, that he saw Mary Cameron in the near distance. He quickened his steps and joined her, very near the park entrance. I have been thinking all day of what Lucia said this morning, he began quietly. I find that while I am very anxious to be her brother, I have no such feeling in my heart for you, and cannot have. And yet, without your help, I cannot have Lucia for a sister. Is there any hope for me? The carnations he held in his hand were rivaled by the glow in Mary's cheeks. He looked at her carefully and waited for his answer, which did not come. Am I not to have even a word? He asked at last. I do not understand, she stammered. You cannot you cannot mean. But the sentence would not finish. I have meant it, I think, ever since I first knew you, he said simply. Let us go through the park, while you let me tell you about it. So the first break in the lull which had come to them was on its way while Lucia was dreading it. So strange, she said when she heard what the next scene was to be, that I never thought of it. But he and Mary seemed so very friendly, just as they were while Mary was engaged to that wretch, that it never so much as entered my mind. Actually, they planned again for the 6th of June. That queer couple would have it so, Lucia said. They were unlike any other people who ever lived, she fully believed. One would think they would be almost superstitious about that date. No, Mr. Landis said, when she ventured something of the sort to him. Mary and I feel alike about it, I find. There will always be some unpleasant memories connected with the date, unless we banish them forever by giving it a new setting. Oh, of course you think alike, said Lucia coolly. You did as far back as before that date. I might have known. It was very different planning from the last. No Allberg was required this time. In fact, they would have no guests at all. Of Mr. Landis's friends, only Dorothy and a younger brother and sister would be present, as his mother had been ill and was unable to travel, and his father would not leave her. So it had been planned that the newly married couple should go at once to the old Landis homestead, where Mary would meet her new father and mother for the first time. There were many points requiring discussion, but it was finally agreed that a quiet home breakfast together would be a unique and pleasant proceeding. "The fact is," said Emily, "we are evidently resolved upon doing everything just as different from the way other people do it as we possibly can. That is Mary's disease now. She used to want to do just as they did." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30, the final chapter of What They Couldn't by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, Spring Violets After All. However, it came to pass that some of their arrangements had to be changed. It was Mr. Edson who proposed amendments. He called one evening on Professor Landis to inquire whether he and Mary had serious objections to church weddings, and explained that there were so many young people in his church who would like to be present at their marriage, that he and Rachel had determined to gratify them by having the ceremony there. Moreover, although Rachel had insisted on talking a good deal about September, he had finally convinced her that June was the only reasonable month in which to be married. And didn't the professor think it would be pleasant for the sisters to choose the same morning, and stand side by side in the church? And such was the final arrangement. "Two poor brothers after all," was Emily's comment as she one morning gravely reviewed the situation. "In view of my maneuvering to secure a rich one, it is rather humiliating. A minister and a professor! Eminently respectable, both of them. The very names give entrance to the best society. But think of the struggle for bread and butter and clothes, which will have to continue in 3 families instead of 1. And they can't keep boarders. Rachel will be too busy running the parish, and Mary would never be able to do it without Aunt Eunice, unless Dorothy will come and live with them. She could run a house, I believe." "Dorothy is going to be an artist," said Lucia, to whom these half-serious, half-comic sentences were addressed. "Her people will manage after a while to send her abroad. I know, from some things she has said to me, that that is her hope, and she will become famous." "Well," said Emily, with a pretended sigh, "there is some relief in that thought. Famous artists get rich generally, don't they? We shall at least have a little reflected glory. The trouble with me is, I planned to be taken journeys, and be given fine presents by my brother-in-law. I had no hope of Rachel, but I really thought Mary would secure him for me, and so it is quite a disappointment, though Mary seems to be entirely satisfied. Isn't it queer, when one stops to think of it, that she should marry Mr. Landis after all? Here he was all the time, during the going on of that other farce. Why couldn't she have known her own mind in the first place, and saved oceans of trouble? I knew his mind ages ago. Why do you suppose she ever thought she cared for that Mr. Kennedy? He is so utterly different from the one she has finally chosen. Do you know, it used to worry Rachel. She felt all the time that Mary didn't think enough of him to marry him. I used to laugh at her and tell her she wanted people to worship each other, instead of showing they had common sense, as Mary did. But I suppose she was right all the time. Certainly Mary cannot be complimented on having much common sense now." "The trouble with Mary was that she wanted to help father," said Lucia gravely. "She thought Mr. Kennedy was rich, and that by marrying him she could do a great many things for the family and so relieve father's anxieties. Of course she did not deliberately plan to marry him because he was rich, and I don't suppose she knew at the time that such an idea had weight with her, but she has realized it since. She told me only the other day that it frightened her to think how nearly she had made a wreck of her life through a false idea of helpfulness. And here we had the means for helping in our own hands all the while. We have all been idiots. And behold, that creature wasn't rich after all, the wretch! What a trying disappointment I should have had, as well as Mary, wouldn't I? I'll tell you what it is, Lucia, my hopes center in you now. Keeping boarders is all very well, but it won't pay for journeys and things, will it? And I'm dying to go somewhere. Don't you dare to choose a professor or a minister. And the average artist is worse. I don't know what I shall do with you." She sighed heavily as one weighed down by responsibility. Yet before Lucia was done laughing at her folly, had turned to another subject. "I'll tell you something that I worried over really and truly. You don't think I am serious enough to ever worry about anything, do you? I am sometimes. Do you remember that Mr. Denham who used to pay so much attention to Mary? Well, he worried me. I used to think she cared a great deal for him, and I don't know, but never mind. Yesterday I heard that he was married. Since he gave up that postgraduate plan, we have lost sight of him, you know. But it seems he married a cousin of one of the girls, and she told me about it only yesterday, and I was afraid to tell Mary. But I thought she ought to know, because she might hear it some day when it would take her by surprise. Don't you know that sort of thing often happens in books? I spent hours planning how to tell her carelessly, as if it was of no consequence, and yet do it when we were alone. At last I arranged it beautifully, while we were out on the back porch fussing over those flowers. What do you think she said?" "I haven't an idea," said Lucia, much amused by this bit of confidence. "Why, she said, 'Oh, Emily, don't put any petunias among them. Cleveland doesn't like petunias.' A queer fancy, isn't it? But he told me once they were the only flowers he did not admire, and they were really almost disagreeable to him. I don't want one of them. Excuse me, dear, you were speaking about someone being married. Who was it, did you say?" I meekly repeated the name, and she said, "Is he? Did he marry anyone we know? Oh, Emily dear, I hear Cleveland in the hall talking with father, and I want to see him a minute. Could you run and ask him to come out here?" So I carried all the petunias up to my room where his lordship could not be disturbed by them, and I felt wiser than I had. People who are going to be married are past finding out. Mary wasn't silly the other time, but she is now." They laughed gleefully over her evidence of silliness, these two sisters, and privately rejoiced in it. Surely this was as it should be. "If I were going to live in the same house with a man all my days, and meet him 3 times a day the year round, and be at his call at any time, and make use of his name and all that, I'm sure I should want to think more of him than of all the rest of the world put together," was Emily's way of closing the conversation. Moreover, one of the lost journeys over which she pretended to sigh in her whimsical fashion was being planned for her, and presently burst upon her a delicious secret. Rod and Mac were to be graduated 2 weeks after the marriage, and it had been joyously planned by the young people that father and mother should witness their triumph in person. It was a genuine triumph. Not only prizes, but places of honor in the commencement program had been awarded them. Aunt Eunice, with Lucia and Emily, were to "hold the fort" at home, while Mr. and Mrs. Cameron went on this rare pleasure trip, to be joined on commencement day by their married children. This was Emily's understanding of the matter, and it was not until the day before the wedding that the full program was explained to her. Behold, she was actually to be of the bridal party! At least, she and Dorothy and the younger brother and sister were to journey together to the Landis homestead, starting 3 days later than the bride and groom, but reaching there by the same train which they were planning for, and afterwards she was to be taken to see her brothers graduate. The new brother had planned it all, and insisted on paying the expenses of her trip. He had also invited Lucia, who had promptly declined for herself, urging that Aunt Eunice could not possibly do without her. But she had been eager for Emily's outing, declaring that the child, as they still called her, was longing to take a journey, and had never been 100 miles on the cars in her life. It was arranged at last, and Emily, on the day before the marriage, found herself in a greater tremor of delight and expectation, outwardly at least, than were either of the prospective brides. Albeit the child had her little anxious thoughts about it all, which she confided to Lucia after this fashion. "He ought not to afford it. I don't see why he does. Wasting the money he has saved. But he really insists, so that mother says it would be rude to refuse, for which I am thankful. You ought to be the one to go, you blessed unselfish girl. I don't believe I ever could be unselfish. But I'll stay at home in a minute and help Aunt Eunice all I can, if you'll only go in my place." This magnanimous offer being declined, Emily continued. "One thing worries me. I'm afraid I shall not know how to be real nice to them all. You see, I don't know anything about farmers, only what I have read in books. I suppose they are just plain country people, and work in the fields and have dinners together, the haymakers, you know, and all. That is the way it is in stories. And I shall want to do just the nice, kind thing, and act as if I were used to all their ways. And perhaps I shall make some miserable blunder that will hurt somebody's feelings." Lucia laughed. "I wouldn't borrow trouble," she said. "Decide to be your own merry little self and have a good time on your first outing. The people with whom Dorothy and Professor Landis have spent their lives cannot be very peculiar. Besides, these young people, Cora and Earle, are perfectly well bred in every way." "Oh, yes, but they have been away at school. It is the father and mother and the house and all that sort of thing of which I am thinking. Still, I shall do my best. I've read a great many books about the country, that is one comfort." And so the evening of the 5th of June came to them once more, an anniversary which to Mr. Willis Kennedy had its horrors. He had lived to realize the bitterness of some of his mistakes. Too late the man had learned that what heart he had possessed had actually been given to Mary Cameron. If only his honor had gone with it, all might have been different. In the Cameron home there was little time for retrospect. They gave a thought, indeed, to the past, but that was all. Everything was so different. The boys were at home, but they had only come that afternoon and must rush back tomorrow. The responsibilities and honors of the coming commencement filled their thoughts. The break in the family was coming, but Mary, though married, would be a very near neighbor, and Rachel would be the mistress of the manse around the corner. And father was well and looked so rested and at peace, and he and mother were going on a journey together. It was true that mother had to be watched, lest she should overdo, and she would never be very strong again. But there was always a smile on her face nowadays. "I do not feel as though I were losing 2 daughters, but gaining 2 more sons," she had said when a caller tried to sympathize with her. She had liked Mr. Kennedy in the old days, but Cleveland Landis was a son to love. But oh, the contrast that it was to Mary! She could not help recalling her past as she stood at her open trunk laying in some last thing and the hall clock struck 10. The same room, the same trunks, the same young woman with her bridal dress lying on the bed. But the infinite difference! Going away with Willis Kennedy! She remembered how she had said over the words, and had not understood the thrill of pain which ran through her at that thought, but had supposed it to be a girl's natural feeling on leaving her childhood's home. Going away with Cleveland Landis? Questioned her heart to-night, and received instant response. Yes, anywhere, to the ends of the earth if he will, and forever. Oh, thank God! Thank God! At the 11th hour he had interposed and saved her from herself. At 12 o'clock next day the Smith Street Church was packed to the very doorways, while before the altar gathered the bridal group. A ministerial friend and classmate of Mr. Edson stood beside Rachel, while the pastor pronounced Cleveland Landis and Mary Cameron husband and wife. Then there was a quick and quiet change of places, the attendant becoming the officiating clergyman, and Rachel Cameron and Robert Edson became one. Will Emily Cameron ever forget that perfect afternoon in June, when the carriage which had met them at the station wound around a broad avenue lined on either side with grand old trees, and drew up at last before the old stone mansion, whose wide piazzas luxuriated in easy chairs and hammocks and genuine Persian rugs? Standing amid the luxuries, as one with them, was a beautiful woman who, but for the threads of gray in her abundant hair, and the matronly dress she wore, might still have been called young. But she held her arms close about the tall and dignified Professor, and called him "my dear boy." A common farmhouse! Emily thought of the forebodings which she had confessed to Lucia, and laughed. Her ideas of farmhouses, gathered only from books, had been very crude. But she had also ideas concerning palaces, and this great stone mansion, with its wide halls and long, wide, old-fashioned staircases, and its lavish display of beauty everywhere, might have passed with her for a palace. The room into which she was presently shown as hers was more luxurious by far than any she had ever occupied, and a glimpse of Mary's bridal surroundings just across the hall almost took the young enthusiast's breath away. Nor did the wonderment lessen when she went down a little later to the dining room for a festive dinner. Such splendid old heirlooms in silver as greeted her! And how the china, yes, and the napery, must delight Mary's beauty-loving eyes! And her husband accepted it all as a matter of course, only saying as he seated his bride, and took his place beside her, "Mother, can you think how good it is to be at home?" Once Emily thought of Ben Reeder, and the story she had heard of his bewilderment over forks and spoons. What would poor Ben do with all the appointments here? Yet he had told her once that he had "always felt at home somehow with Professor Landis." She was glad that she understood the mysteries of forks and spoons, and all the belongings of cultured life, and then she remembered that she had wondered if they would use two-tined steel forks, and had much ado to keep from laughing. Truth to tell, Mary, as well as her bewildered young sister, moved through the rooms like one in a dream. Turn whatever way they would, from the large parlor and its companion, the sitting room on the other side of the hall, and the library just back of it, which was lined from floor to ceiling with treasures, to the conservatory, where the choicest flowers vied with their humbler sisters in wealth of bloom, or to the wide-spreading velvet lawns, with their rustic seats and their fountains and their overflowing rose-bushes, everywhere evidences of highly cultured taste not only, but abundant means to gratify the same, met their eyes. They stopped at last under one of the magnificent old trees near the fountain, Mr. Landis and his wife, and Dorothy with her arm about Emily. The father and mother, who had been showing their new daughter through her husband's old home, had been summoned away to receive a call, so for the moment they were alone. "I'm glad you like it," Mr. Landis was saying, in response to a murmured word of his wife, just as Emily and Dorothy came up to them. "I have always loved every tree and flower about the old place. I was born here, you know. I have been away from it for many winters, but no summer has passed as yet that I have not been able to give a good deal of time to the dear old home. It has been one of my dreams that we might spend our summers here together. By the way, what is the look, larger than admiration, which I see especially in Emily's eyes?" His own twinkled with amusement as he asked the question. "Speechless amazement," said Emily promptly. "Why have you always palmed yourself off as a poor man?" "My youngest sister, is that a fair statement of the case? Did you not rather, very early in our intimate acquaintance, decide all these matters for yourself? Because I was a teacher, did you not infer that only for the sake of earning a living could one possibly indulge in such work? I discovered some time ago that not only you, but your sister had the impression that I lived up to the limit of my means. I did not mean to convey that impression. In fact, I thought nothing about it until some words of yours, Emily, enlightened me. It did not seem at the time an important enough matter to discuss. Later, I will confess, that I was afraid to state the truth, lest I should lose ground entirely with this lady." He looked at his wife as he spoke, with eyes that though brimming with amusement, had nevertheless a world of tenderness in them. She understood his meaning. "I am glad you are poor," she had said to him one day, speaking almost passionately. "If you were not, I should distrust and hate myself. Poverty has been such a trial, such a snare to me, and now I want to conquer and enjoy it." She remembered the words, and her face was aflame as he added, "I meant to confess sometimes, perhaps this is as good an opportunity as any. And do you know, I cannot be sorry that the Lord has made me steward over a large portion of his money? I look to you to plan with me as to how he would have us use it." The sentence commenced half in sport was ended so seriously, and with such inflection of voice, that the two girls moved away, instinctively feeling that here was a spot where they were not needed. "But why did he teach?" asked Emily, later, while she and Dorothy continued their walk in the moonlight, among the lovely shadows of those wonderful old trees, and Dorothy poured out her confidences. "And oh, Dorry, why did you?" "He teaches because that is his work, he says, his life work. He thinks he can reach boys in that way, and young men. And he does. I can tell you such lovely stories about what he has accomplished. He is good." She spoke the last words as if they covered all ground. Then, after a moment, answered the other question. "I? Why, child, I never taught anything. I am not like my brother. The only good thing about me is that I want to be like father and mother and Cleveland." Emily's great brown eyes seemed to grow larger and browner. "But what did you do all those times when you went out with books and rolls of paper? We thought you taught drawing, and Lucia thinks you have such talent." "Dear me! I was selfishly absorbing all the time, being taught. I longed so sometimes to pass my lessons on to your sister, but I never dared. Oh, Emily, I have something lovely to tell you. Cleveland said I might. I am going abroad to study, this very winter, and Cleveland is going to send your sister Lucia out with me. He has talked it all over with your father and mother. Oh, yes, your father understands, but he didn't until a very few hours before the wedding, and my brother made him promise that he would not tell even your mother until after the ceremony. He said your sister, our sister, Mary, was almost morbid about marrying wealth. Won't it be lovely for Lucia? I know she will succeed. She has done wonders all alone, and she doesn't know that she has talent. She gave it all up so bravely. You can't think how we honored her for it." Said Lucia, when, weeks afterwards, it was all explained to her, and she had had time to take in its greatness, "Perhaps, oh, perhaps, I shall learn how to paint spring violets after all. And cows," she added after a moment's silence. Then she cried. End of chapter 30. End of What They Couldn't by Pansy. Recording by TriciaG. Thanks for listening.